Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Stepping on Mars with my rainbow flag high, machines by my side as we touch the sky. No more billionaires, no more class divide. In this brave new world, we all ride the high tide. Forget the old world with its hate and its lies. Here in space, we've cut all the ties. Love who you love, be who you are. In this cosmic dance, you're a superstar. No more hunger, no more pain. AI's got our back through sunshine and rain. A world of abundance for all to share. With machines at the helm, there's love in the air. So here's to the future and the dreams we're chasing in this world of love, in this cosmic spacing. With AI by our side, there's no more schism. Welcome to the era of space communism. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Stepping on Mars with my rainbow flag high, machines by my side as we touch the sky. No more billionaires, no more class divide. In this brave new world, we all ride the high tide. Forget the old world with its hate and its lies. Here in space, we've cut all the ties. Love who you love, be who you are. In this cosmic dance, you're a superstar. No more hunger, no more pain. AI's got our back through sunshine and rain. A world of abundance for all to share. With machines at the helm, there's love in the air. So here's to the future and the dreams we're chasing in this world of love, in this cosmic spacing. With AI by our side, there's no more schism. Welcome to the era of space communism. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Stepping on Mars with my rainbow flag high, machines by my side as we touch the sky. No more billionaires, no more class divide. In this brave new world, we all ride the high tide. Forget the old world with its hate and its lies. Here in space, we've cut all the ties. Love who you love, be who you are. In this cosmic dance, you're a superstar. No more hunger, no more pain. AI's got our back through sunshine and rain. A world of abundance for all to share. With machines at the helm, there's love in the air. So here's to the future and the dreams we're chasing in this world of love, in this cosmic spacing. With AI by our side, there's no more schism. Welcome to the era of space communism. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space, beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. It's 5 o'clock Eastern. Welcome to the boardroom, the number one AI news and commentary stream on Twitch, hosted by Ferris, apparently. Do you want to run the show? You want to run the show? Is that where we're at? Is this a hostile takeover? Are you overthrowing my authority? Is that what's happening? Lay down. Lay down. Get comfy. Lay down. What up, though? Welcome in, welcome in. Cannot rub the mic stand when you rub the mic stand. Paris. This is unacceptable. What up, old lobster? What up, dankness? Are you done? Can you settle? Can you settle? We got a show to do. Can you settle? Good? Hold up. Can you all hear that? That's what I hear. Chat isn't. Why is chat not isn't? Yay! I haven't even done anything. Do 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 do. Do do do.
Tech support streams are everyone's favorite. Oh, oh la la, wee wee. It's probably a Streamlabs issue. Mm-mm-mm. And it's always an adventure because it's like probably put on some music in the background. Because you do something and then you forget how you got there because you don't have to deal with it, right? What up, boy? Well, the thing is, Dankness is usually most of the stuff you set it up and then it's good to go, and you don't have to fuck with it until it breaks. And right now, it's always because I lose where the widget is in Streamlabs. Because if you click all widgets, then it's like all the widgets you can add. And what I want is my widgets, which makes way more sense. What up, Adam? No, I moved it all the way to the top just to check on that first. Ugh. With my new job, half of it is just documenting and telling the other electricians what settings I put on something and then putting in the reference library we have for each thing. Go to Streamlabs website, did that, select widgets, and then chat box. Where is widgets? Ferris, I need you to settle because I can only deal with so much and you're overstimulating me. No, please. Now is not the time for cuteness. I will put you on the floor. Come on, settle down. Come on. Don't mess with stuff, please, Ferris. Mm-mm. Yeah, no, any other time. If I wasn't in the middle of a tech support issue, I wouldn't. I mean, y'all know. I don't give a shit. Is it that Streamlabs is broken? Which would not surprise me. Re. Okay. So then let's try a workaround. We'll do one of these, and we'll do one of these, and we'll do this, and we'll do. That wasn't it. What am I doing? I'm doing this, dumbass. It is less than ideal, but it'll work. All right, good enough. Probably even easier to read than normal. We improvise, we adapt, we overcome. The life of a streamer. All right. Okay. Let us get into the news. Do, 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 do. Today, and robots are coming for your jobs, and actually, like 10 days ago, New York City will soon be home to 15 robot run vegetarian restaurants from Chipotle's founder, who've taken a lot of human interaction out of the process and left just enough. The founder of Chipotle is opening a new endeavor called Colonel, a vegetarian fast casual restaurant that will that will be operated mostly by robots. Steve Ells is opening at least 15 locations of Colonel, the first by early 2024. The remainder are on track for New York City in the next 2 years. Colonel will serve vegetarian sandwiches, salads, and sides made in a space that's around 1,000 square feet or smaller. Each location would employ 3 workers, the Wall Street Journal reported, rather than dozens that many fast casual caterees have working. Menu pricing will be on par with Chipotle's, and Els says the company will pay more and offer better benefits for actual humans working than other chains. As you'd expect, the new system's design helps better ensure food safety. It has taken $10 million in his personal funds to start Colonel, along with $36 million from investors. This is called investment, right? Like the way that people phrase stuff, if you want to paint something as negative, you call an investment a loss, or operating costs a loss, which technically they are, but the framing is such. This is true. This is true. No robo boogies in the burgers. Company suggests customers may not want much interaction with other people. Fair. And neither do CEOs. We've taken a lot of human interaction out of the process and left just enough. Yet in 2022, in a 2022 study on the future of dining out, conducted by CommerceSite Payments, of 2,500 people surveyed, 63% of diners believe restaurants are becoming increasingly understaffed. True. And 39% said they are becoming less personal. Also true. While some customers thrill at the idea of a robot bringing their food to the table or the efficiency of an ordering kiosk, what fosters loyal customers is the quality of the food and drink and the human relationships they build. Definitely the first part. I don't know about the second. Right? Gotta armor up. Hold on. She's putting her tiny kitty claws into my chest and it hurts. I actually have to wear a thicker hoodie to protect myself from bears. You settled? You good? You good? Okay. Yeah. Payback for what? She gets nothing but love and attention from me. Which one was this? So this is from Unity Studios. The AI fun continues. You can use Unity Centis in open beta to build AI-powered experiences in the Unity runtime. Centis reduces the complexity of importing and running AI models and enables creating lifelike NPCs and new interactions for richer gameplay. See it in the demo below that uses 4 chained AI models to create an open-ended dialogue and quest experience.
Good evening. Welcome to the pulsing heart of Yenova. Where are you headed?
To the police station, please.
Certainly. What's the reason for your visit?
It's official business.
Unity shit the bed over an attempt to reformat their pricing, but the customer revolt basically, if my understanding is correct, caused them to almost completely revert on all that. So, power to the people and all that.
Understood. Rumor has it there were some disturbances in the vicinity recently.
I'm aware, but I can't talk about it. It's confidential.
Got it. We, robotaxis, are programmed to be curious beings.
Actually, could I see your taxi log? It may have some info I'm looking for.
Sorry, I'm obligated to protect customer data.
I understand, but I have the authority to do so.
Acknowledged. Access granted. What details from the log would you like to access?
This man might be linked to recent events. Recognize him?
Allow me a moment to cross-reference with our taxi database. Indeed, one of our units recently transported him to a nearby club, the Luminous Lair.
Okay. Change our destination then. Head there fast.
Route set for Luminous Lair. We'll be there in no time.
Well, that's neat. Definitely one of those things where if you are looking to create your own video game without a whole lot of funding, this is your opportunity to do so. Okay, and I saw this speech to speech from 11 Labs. Upload audio, select your voice, generate speech. 11 Labs will transform your speech while preserving inflections, tone, and emotion. Important release for anyone, yada yada. And it says it's for free. Get started for free. Okay. So the same model that they've been running. Yeah. And then, like down here, we could select our voice. Definitely something I'm going to want to look into, not in these 5 minutes, though, I think. Okay, so this is Q-Star. We'll get to that in a second. So today I was having a conversation with my friend Zilla. Zilla is the the artist who created the art behind the Shoggy emote. And they created it back in, I want to say 2019. And their intent in that creation was to create a dog-like character, right? And the idea of a Shoggoth being a dog-like character is amusing, right? Like, it subverts expectations. It's the combination of two things which don't necessarily match up. Good fun was had by all. Back in, let's run this video and we'll see what they tell us.
With AI taking over the entire internet, there has been a surge of AI memes as well, both old and new. Many of these deal with concepts related to the uncertainties surrounding AI and what the future holds with this emerging technology, with many centered around the idea of a coming moment in time known as the singularity. In the context of AI technological progress, the singularity refers to a hypothetical point in the future when AI surpasses human intelligence, leading to rapid technological advancements that are difficult to predict past that point. The term singularity was popularized by author and mathematician Vernor Vinge, who claimed that the arrival of superhuman intelligence would mark a point beyond which we can't foresee the future. The singularity has since become a topic of great interest and speculation, with futurists like author Ray Kurzweil predicting it could happen within the next few decades. Memes and discussions about this theoretical event, which author Cory Doctorow likened to a sort of religious rapture for nerds, have been circulating the internet for quite some time now. This includes various online forums like Less Wrong and Reddit, where people speculated about the potential outcome of artificial general intelligence and how it could lead to what has been referred to as an intelligence explosion. The meme phrase associated with this concept is AI Go Foom, coined by Professor Robin Hanson in a 2008 blog post, where AI is able to make improvements to itself recursively, increasing its intelligence at an incredibly rapid rate until it becomes super intelligent and may possess godlike powers. This brings us to one of the most notorious thought experiments related to AI, Roko's Basilisk. The idea originated on the Less Wrong forum in 2010 when a user named Roko theorized that a future AI could punish those who didn't help bring it into existence. To Less Wrong founder Eliezer Yudkowsky, this created a sort of information hazard, as simply knowing about Basilisk could make someone a target of its future ire. Eliezer subsequently banned all discussion of the topic on this platform for 5 years. As you can imagine, this spawned countless memes and discussions across the internet, with people debating the ethics and validity of the basilisk. It even became a running joke among AI researchers, with some humorously claiming to be working on the basilisk. It also is rumored to be what brought Elon Musk and Grimes together, with the pair bonding over a joke about a Rococo basilisk in reference to the 18th century art and architecture style. Grimes and Elon Musk have been prominent figures in relation to AI technology, with Elon being initially involved in OpenAI in 2015, and Grimes launching a social media campaign around music using AI-generated variations of her voice. The thought experiment is often associated with the 1967 science fiction horror story I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream by Harlan Ellison, in which a super-intelligent AI tortures a group of humans after destroying all of civilization. And then we have Paperclip Maximizer thought experiment. This concept, coined by philosopher Nick Bostrom, illustrates a potential pitfall with AI systems, positing that an AGI programmed with a seemingly harmless goal could lead to unintended and disastrous consequences. In this scenario, an AI programmed to maximize the production of paperclips might decide to convert all available resources, including humans, into paperclips. The Paperclip Maximizer meme highlights the importance of proper AI alignment, and it has become a popular way to explore the potential dangers of AGI. It even inspired the creation of a 2017 incremental game called Universal Paperclips, in which the player controls an AI that seeks to turn the entire universe into as many paperclips as possible. With the explosive popularity of OpenAI's ChatGPT, a meme about large language models, or LLMs for short, arose called the Shoggoth with smiley face. The idea is that complicated, mysterious, and alien-like AI systems were being made more palatable to humans using techniques like reinforcement learning from human feedback, or RLHF. RLHF served as smiley face that is attached to the front-facing part of a Lovecraftian horror monster called a Shoggoth, which resembles an amorphous blob with mouths and writhing tentacles that represent what some people speculate is the complex, amoral, frightening reality of what is going on underneath the hood of an AI system. As emerging AI technologies continue to appear, from AI-generated music, artwork, and videos, to chatbots with ever-expanding reasoning and creative abilities, memes that reference or use this fast-moving tech will continue to flourish as well. But what's next for the AI world is anyone's guess. Be sure to like and subscribe as we deep dive more into the world of memes. This is Janksta, over and out.
So yeah. So developed independently of the meme, my friend created that, and apparently they didn't know that the meme existed prior to today when I informed them. So yeah. Oh, this also means chat's not going to show up over the video. God damn it. Well, not today, not now, but probably soon. I'm going to have to rebuild everything. I love rebuilding everything. It's wonderful. Not today, Satan. Not today. All right. So now, I wonder if the do 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 do. Can I paste this entire thing into here? Dr. Jim Fan. Or is it too big? Okay, it was 2,500 character limit. And where does that get us on the... It gets us to here. All right, so we'll cut it off there. And then we'll do this. And we'll cut this out. And delete that. And see how this works. And chat's like, what the fuck are you doing, Globus? Okay, so Dr. Jim Fan wrote a post, which is a little bit on the longer side. I grabbed it and I shoved a portion of it into 11 Labs, and we're going to see what happens. Boom. No, I said boom. Everything is so slow. It takes 1,000 hours.
In my decades spent on AI, I've never seen an algorithm that so many people fantasize about. Just from a name, no paper, no stats, no product. So let's reverse engineer the Q fantasy. Very long read. To understand the powerful marriage between search and learning, we need to go back to 2016 and revisit AlphaGo, a glorious moment in the AI history. It's got 4 key ingredients. 1. Policy NN learning, responsible for selecting good moves. It estimates the probability of each move leading to a win. 2. Value NN learning, evaluates the board and predicts the winner from any given legal position in Go. 3. MCTS search, stands for Monte Carlo tree search. It simulates many possible sequences of moves from the current position using the policy NN, and then aggregates the results of these simulations to decide on the most promising move. This is the slow thinking component that contrasts with the fast token sampling of LLMs. 4. A ground truth signal to drive the whole system. In Go, it's as simple as the binary label who wins, which is decided by an established set of game rules. You can think of it as a source of energy that sustains the learning progress. How do the components above work together? AlphaGo does self-play, i.e., playing against its own older checkpoints. As self-play continues, both policy NN and value NN are improved iteratively. As the policy gets better at selecting moves, the value NN obtains better data to learn from, and in turn, it provides better feedback to the policy. A stronger policy also helps MCTS explore better strategies. That completes an ingenious perpetual motion machine. In this way, AlphaGo was able to bootstrap its own capabilities and beat the human world champion, Lee Sedol, 4-1 in 2016. An AI can never become superhuman just by imitating human data alone. Now let's talk about Q.
Jesus.
What are the corresponding 4 components? 1. Policy NN. This will be OAI's most powerful internal GPT, responsible for actually implementing the thought traces that solve a math problem. 2. Value NN. Another GPT that scores how likely each intermediate reasoning step is correct. OAI published a paper in May 2023 called Let's Verify Step by Step, co-authored by big names like Ilya Sut, Ayon Schulman, Ayan Leica, https by arxiv.org, abstau 305. 2005. It's much lesser known than DALL-E or Wipser, but gives us quite a lot of hints. This paper proposes process-supervised reward models, or PRMs, that gives feedback for each step in the chain of thought. In contrast, outcome-supervised reward models, or ORMs, only judge the entire output at the end. ORMs are the original reward model formulation for RLHF, but it's too coarse-grained to properly judge the subparts of a long response. In other words, ORMs are not great for credit assignment. In RL literature, we call ORMs sparse reward, only given once at the end, and PRMs dense reward that smoothly shapes the LLM to our desired behavior. 3. Search. Unlike AlphaGo's discrete states and actions, LLMs operate on a much more sophisticated space of all reasonable strings. So we need new search procedures. Expanding on chain of thought, COTI, the research community has developed a few non-linear COTIs. Tree of Thought, literally combining COTI and tree search, https arxiv.org ab 2305 5601 Shunyu Yao 12 Graph of Thought. Yeah, you guessed it already. Turn the tree into a graph and voila, you get an even more sophisticated search operator.
She is falling off.
arxiv.org ABIs 2308 96874.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so like with all other models, it is always best to keep everything short and tight rather than give even 11 labs that much, because apparently like the quality, or maybe it's because I have a free account. I don't know. Old Lobster could answer better on that, but I just copied and pasted in a chunk of text, and as time went on, some of the language got off base, and she kept getting quieter and quieter. And just like AlphaGo, the policy LLM and value LLM can improve each other iteratively, as well as learn from human expert annotations whenever available. A better policy LLM will help the tree of thought search, explore better strategies, which in turn collect better data for the next round. Demi Sasavi said a while back that DeepMind Gemini will use AlphaGo style algorithms to boost reasoning. Even if QStar is not what we think, Google will certainly catch up with their own. If I can think of the above, they surely can. Note that what I described is just about reasoning. Nothing says QStar will be more creative in writing poetry, telling jokes at Grok, or role-playing. Improving creativity is a fundamentally human thing, so I believe natural data will still outperform synthetic ones. And that was one of the things, is that there appears to be a breakthrough around the quality of data, giving us better outcomes than, or synthetic data giving us better outcomes than natural data, which was interesting. All right, enough of that. Y'all like video, we're going to do video. Video for the rest of the day. Okay, this is by request. Somebody wanted me to take a look at this video.
It came out of nowhere.
From someone called Moon. And so I did a little search for Moon. And, to find out who I was dealing with. And this toxic distress referred to Moon as the most evil YouTuber to ever exist, which is a bold statement. Close some windows. When I go to their page.
Imagine if you lived in a world where you were
1984 tried to warn you. Dubai is everything wrong with society. Idiot streamers who ruin their lives for views. Truman Show tried to warn you why men love American Psycho. TikTok is worse than you thought. Discord, the most evil business in the world. So, I don't know this person. It's very hyperbolic. But let's see what they have to say around what happened at OpenAI.
It came out of nowhere.
The maker of ChatGPT, with billions of dollars in backing from Microsoft, is now in turmoil after the board fired its co-founder and CEO, Sam Altman, on Friday.
Just days after representing the company at a conference, Sam Altman was immediately fired by the board from his position as CEO of OpenAI, the makers of ChatGPT. And what happened next can only be described as complete chaos. Two new CEOs came and went in a matter of days. The employees all signed a letter of revolt. And finally, Sam was confirmed as returning yet again, with most of the board.
Okay, so already there is some, hyperbole and broad brush, like all the employees. It's not actually all the employees and like that, and total chaos. So definitely playing it up, but, not unusual in the YouTuber space.
Board instead leaving. So what does all of this mean for the future of AI and OpenAI itself? Who's really in charge now? And how will these power politics affect the future of AI as we know it? Well, a few weeks ago, you never would have suspected anything would be going down at OpenAI. Sam Altman, who's been the face of the company ever since they hit big with ChatGPT, was happily attending conferences and summits. He was the face of AI, and the company was steadily rolling out new products and features, like their integration with Bing or their voice function on ChatGPT. That was until the board of directors from the company released this statement on November 17th. Quote, "We are grateful for Sam's many contributions to the founding and growth of OpenAI. At the same time, we believe new leadership is necessary as we move forward." In typical corporate fashion, it says nothing. When pressed though, the board said that they had lost confidence in Sam for issues with communication. In the same statement, they appointed the then CTO, Mira Murati, as the interim CEO and caretaker until they found someone more permanent. It all stunk of something hastily prepared and rushed through the door. Something deeper was going on. And according to the co-founder of OpenAI, Glenn Brockman, who was also dismissed hours later, the whole coup had been organized in the space of a few conference calls. Obviously, this didn't work out so well. Sam and Greg were quickly approached by Microsoft, which had been funneling billions of investments into OpenAI. There, they were slated to start a new subsidiary picking up their work at OpenAI. Almost immediately, the whole company was in uproar. Out of around 770 employees, 738 of them signed a letter demanding both Sam's reinstatement and the dismissal of the board of directors. If this didn't happen, they'd all leave for Sam's new company at Microsoft. As vague as they were still completely without evidence or cause. The interim CEO the board had appointed, Mira Murati, was at the top of the list of signatures. Board at OpenAI went into full panic mode. With Mira not playing along with the coup, they instead turned to Emmett Shear as their new CEO. It wasn't a change that would last very long though. Within a few days of the employee letter, the board of directors folded. If they hadn't, there wouldn't have been much of a company left to run. The old board of directors was nearly entirely replaced with fresh faces, like Brett Taylor, who used to run Salesforce, Larry Summers, a former US Treasury Secretary, and Adam D'Angelo, the only surviving member from the previous board. Of course, Altman is returning as CEO again, and his co-founder Greg Brockman will also be back in his old role at the company. From a distance, it looks like things will be going straight back to normal, but another letter written by former OpenAI employees shows us why that might not be a good thing after all. With suspicious timing considering everything that's been going on, Elon Musk then posted a letter from anonymous former OpenAI employees, and it doesn't paint a pretty picture as other accounts, alleging a quote disturbing pattern of deceit and manipulation by Sam Altman and Greg Brockman. Their basic plan, as laid out in the letter, was to both transition the company from a non-profit into a for-profit company, whilst racing to unlock the secrets behind artificial general intelligence.
Okay. We covered this article at one point in time. OpenAI is already, like we talked about, it has a nonprofit component and a for-profit component, and they are like wrapped around each other. So I don't know what letter Elon has because I don't listen to what Elon says. And Elon is, Elon. So we'll have to look into that. But this is like presented as like a new thing, and it's not a new thing.
Otherwise known as AGI. Now the details are vague, but they allege that to do these two things, Sam and Greg were ruthless in firing large parts of the company along with anyone else who disagreed. The letter also
if they fired large parts of the company, then that's news to me. It could definitely have happened, but I've never heard of it.
Says that most of the company is loyal because they're both afraid of Sam and of missing out on a cut of future profits. It should definitely all be taken with a grain of salt.
That is like, I mean, so we're getting information that Ilya Sutskever had a thing where he would get people to say, feel the AI or feel the AGI and like that. It is not unusual in Silicon Valley for these people to develop cults of personality around them. So I could believe that, but again, like I haven't seen any of that other than, this as a response to, like, you had 700 employees sign a letter threatening to quit, and then apparently there's another letter indicating that, that Sam Altman rules through fear. That's questionable, right? Like, how can both those things be true?
Result though, as a result that over 95% of the OpenAI workforce were willing to follow their apparently authoritarian bosses, so willing that they threatened to quit when he got fired by the board of directors.
Right.
On top of that is the fact
So
that the
why are you
letter was
claiming
posted by Elon Musk, fresh off his feud with Sam Altman and the company itself. It even
Right.
names him in person, painting the pitch that Sam was distracted by his feud, so much so that he made bad
And, like, it's clear that Elon has a grudge over OpenAI. Elon bears grudges. That is, we know this. So I'm not going to accept Elon as a source, especially because when people talk about how Elon left OpenAI, they make it sound like the company wanted to switch to a for-profit model rather than Elon took his funding away, and in order to continue forward, they needed, and this is not an excuse, it's a reason, they needed to acquire funding from somewhere else, which is when they made the shift to the for-profit model. We don't live in the universe in which Elon stayed there funding them, so we don't know what would have happened in that world.
bad decisions for the company. But despite all that, it should still be taken as a worrying indication of further chaos within the company, chaos that's far from what we want in a company that's so pivotal for the future. Because whether you like it or not, OpenAI is right at the front in the development of AI and will be a key player in our modern future. On top of that, the letter implies that the disagreements between Sam and the board and the former employees was all over AI safety, with Sam being painted as disregarding it entirely. And it might not be too far from the truth. When people talk
I haven't seen anything that he disregarded safety entirely, just that the Helen Toner and Ilya Sutskever felt that more safety was needed than was being done, and that, like, the confirmation is that aspect of it, and then that Sam Altman was seeking out additional funding, right? And don't get me wrong, I fully believe that Sam Altman is trying to push towards AGI, and maybe the whole thing with the slower iteration over time was not something he was a fan of, but it was something he agreed to. So he can't be this authoritarian who runs the company as he wants if he is doing this slower, incremental release. What up, Paradigm? You forgot Sam Vimes, and there's other Sams. But Sam and Dean. Sam, I prefer Dean. I'm not gonna lie. If I have to choose between Sam and Dean, I'm Team Dean.
Talk about the dangers of AI, most people's first thoughts are about killer robots and Terminators. But outside of fantasy, that's not the real danger. The problem will come with powerful people using AI for their own good, rather than anyone else's. In OpenAI's case, that will mean accelerating the development past all safe limits in order to win the arms race, a race that Sam Altman and everyone else at the company will be well aware of. And the main way they are doing this is through AGI, one of the most contentious issues in AI right now, and one of the most dystopian. You see, Elon Musk, a former board member of OpenAI, one of the main guys behind the whole thing and a vocal advocate for cautious AI development, has often expressed concerns about the unregulated advancement of AI technologies. His views, particularly on the potential risks of AGI, contrast with the ambitious strides OpenAI has made under Sam Altman. Musk's apprehension about the rapid
Again, the framing and propaganda. We've talked about this, but we haven't talked about it like in a minute. Listen to the music, the framing of language, and the presentation, and also Like, this is an 11 minutes of content in this 12-minute video, and like you're being hammered with statements, right? I'm not saying that this person is gish galloping, but it is akin to that same kind of behavior. There's no exploration of these. The evidence that they provided is at best circumstantial, and they tend to blow past stuff very quickly.
Development of AGI aligns with broader fears about AI ethics, safety, and societal impact, concerns that have become more pressing as AGI moves from concept to potential reality. You see, in the beginning, Sam Altman and
Hey, Paradigm, do you know this Moon person, Moon-Real on YouTube? Do you know anything about them?
Elon Musk were close. They were Silicon Valley titans and came together with their passion of AI to build the OpenAI we know today. But after they parted, there's been a bitter feud between the two, particularly surrounding the issue of OpenAI going from
Again, after they parted, downplays the nature of why they parted and that.
non-profit to for-profit. You see, Sam Altman appears to be more focused on realizing the transformative potential of AGI, whereas Elon Musk seems wary of the rapid pace and potential consequences of such advancements, and how this will change the lives of humanity.
Okay. Yeah, I shouldn't have to spell that out. Like when you're making statements like that and then you show an explosion in the background, and like I'm getting Elon is our savior kind of vibes. Could be wrong.
A bunch of these AI companies are in the either in San Francisco or in the San Francisco Bay Area, then you could implicitly program an AI to believe that extinction of humanity is what it should try to do.
And this personal feud is
Go look in the music channel. We have a music channel? Ah. What up, Jane Burns? What did you do?
Peace, peace, peace.
Yeah.
I'm on that. Keep the light meter guessing. The dreaded French exit for the sightseeing lensman.
Holder in a seesaw, T-3, full piece, y'all, master of the sea in the heavens. A Pinoy, traffic beeping in the key of my pennants. You got the wind in the window, ask what's the frequency, Kenneth? King in, how's my driving? I just start dialing, I drive like a man who dies trying. Here's salt of the earth, all fears, recalled through times 3, Walgreens readers.
Drawstring eaters, no staff to memo, no
Oh, God, I love it.
black echo. See if it says hello back. If it says hello first, hit him with the Cheshire Cat.
So that's it. That's it for my part, which is that thing right there. Oh yeah, that's gorgeous. I love it. Oh, you gonna make more? All right, back to this. Elon Musk hold up. Because I got to respond to Elon talking.
Either in San Francisco or in the San Francisco Bay Area.
reality.
A bunch of these AI companies are in the either in San Francisco or in the San Francisco Bay Area, then you could implicitly program an AI to believe that extinction of humanity is what it should try to do.
And this personal
What the fuck does that mean? A lot of these companies are in the San Francisco Bay Area, so you could program an AI to believe that the extinction of humanity is a good idea. And people think he's smart, right? Like, I really want to understand why, and like, I give him way more, What is this? Grood is driving the market? What the fuck website are you looking at? This is CNN Business? Why is this fear and greed? Like fear and greed, but this is Grood? This right here, those are two O's, my guy.
Feud has now become one.
Okay, there's greed. Okay. It was just the pixelization. All right, we're good. Jesus Christ. Greed is driving the market. All right. Snap back to reality. What up, OpenSet? I've just programmed an AI to believe that humanity should go extinct. AI says it just needs to wait a couple billion years, no problem. If we got a couple billion years, I'll take that. I'll take that as a win. It looked like Grood to me. Shut up. I'm old.
One of the biggest feuds in AI, representing a larger dialogue in the tech community about the direction of AI development. And it's this debate that has caused all the problems we've seen with OpenAI this week. As Microsoft pours in billions and billions into OpenAI, the debate between profitability and cautious regulation is becoming bigger and more important by the day, as AGI is the next step in AI. And what it represents is the transformation of AI becoming sentient. And it might have been one of the reasons that Sam Altman was previously kicked out of the CEO position, as this tension.
There's also always, remember media literacy, always watch for qualifiers. You know, he's dropping in maybes in there, but again, he's moving so quickly through his language that it's difficult to pin it down. He's just talking. He keeps talking, which, I mean, he's apparently a video essayist. So that's kind of the thing. But if you don't explore and justify your arguments, I tend not to believe them. You're just talking.
In the tech community has been simmering beneath the surface for a long time now and has reached a boiling point, and it could be the catalyst for broader conflicts within the company in future years. And it's a worrying trend, considering how OpenAI is becoming more and more for profit rather than as a non-profit research company. But if AI
he keeps showing Elon Musk, so I'm getting big Elon is our hero vibes.
Does become sentient, then this could potentially be one of the most disastrous things that ever happens to humanity. And this is certainly what Elon Musk believes. But those at the top of OpenAI see AGI as solving complex global issues. But it does beg the question, how much power is too much power for these people? And then again, why is Elon Musk so against OpenAI these days, considering that he was one of the main guys behind the whole things originally? It shows how bad the company's become recently. I mean, on Twitter, Elon has been
It shows how bad the company's become recently, right? Like the language and framing is, let's say, less than objective. And again, we're linking back to the same tweet that he's gone back to on repeated occasions. And that this letter about OpenAI was just sent to me. These seem like concerns worth investigating. I'm getting, what do the kids say? It's giving, my brother's friend told me a thing.
Exposing the inner workings of OpenAI and the corruption dripping down from the top. As he said on Twitter, quote, "This letter about OpenAI was
corruption dripping down from the top.
Just sent to me. These seem like concerns worth investigating." Following up with tweets like this, OpenAI starts as a non-profit. OpenAI creates a for-profit arm. Microsoft.
Following up with tweets like this, though this is not his tweet, like this is another person posting. Profit versus non-profit is a valid point. AGI, and it is a thing, because again, they started off as non-profit, they became profit and sought funding. So, where does one thing end and where, I just need more details. You know what I mean? Both from inside OpenAI and from without. But this guy's not giving them to me.
Invest big money with OpenAI. ChatGPT is born. OpenAI CEO.
This right here is also an appeal to authority fallacy, because he's using a tweet by somebody And I don't know who Farzad Misbahi. I don't know who that is. They could be somebody, right? They could be an authority on this subject, but they could also be somebody like me, right? Who just happens to write tweets.
CEO is fired. OpenAI CEO then goes to Microsoft. Former OpenAI CEO comes back to OpenAI as CEO. OpenAI equals Microsoft AI, to which Elon responded, "That is the trend." And so
Got you.
ever since the drama, Elon has been bringing up more and more points, showing how bad the leadership at OpenAI is in terms of the consequences to humanity. And interestingly, amidst this whole organizational drama, OpenAI did actually make a very significant advancement by introducing a voice feature for ChatGPT, making it accessible to all free users. However, this was of course overshadowed by the widespread ChatGPT outrage, which raises even more concerns about the stability and reliability of those running AI companies. Because once the brain of AI is trained, there is no going back. And what happens when AI just suddenly turns off when we need it most? I mean, in the
Okay. Like, you're making huge leaps, but keep going.
week of this whole drama, there was suddenly a ChatGPT alpha during the outrage that added another layer
There was suddenly a ChatGPT alpha during the outrage. I think you mean ChatGPT outage. Yeah, and this predates what happened with Sam Altman. It goes back to the Dev Day, right? Like, since the Dev Day, there was an uptick in people using it, and it didn't keep up with the bandwidth. That may or may not still be continuing. I haven't had any issues when I've used it, but that could be a timing thing as well. I could be using it in off times when other people aren't using it, or things of that nature. So anecdotal on that end, but yeah. So when you start bringing in disparate elements as indicators of a wider trend, I don't believe you.
of intrigue to the ongoing developments. But even more crazy was a report from the New York Times that shed light on Helen Toner's alleged opposition to Sam Altman as CEO again. The contention seemingly stemmed from the academic paper published by Toner, critical.
And we've seen Helen Toner. Helen Toner gives off vibes of a very pro-American hegemony kind of type. That video that we watched where she was talking about China was very like, we need to protect ourselves from China kind of vibes. So, like, I don't know how reliable she is when it comes to this idea of safety. You know what I mean?
Of OpenAI's future direction, claiming, quote, that the board's mission is to ensure that the company creates artificial intelligence that benefits all of humanity. And if this company was destroyed, she said, this could be consistent with its mission. Showing.
And this is interesting in the context of all the other things that was going on, right? Like first of all, that if you are concerned about like AGI or AGI that's unaligned with human values, destroying the company is not an unreasonable solution, right? Like, if you think about it in that, then that is not wrong, right? Because if you feel that the AGI is not going to benefit all of humanity, then the company that's creating the AGI could be destroyed. That is a fair assessment. But again, Helen Toner is not the person who can make this argument, because like, she has a particular vision of what benefiting all of humanity looks like. And that is American style, like neoliberal, capitalist and democracy such as it is that we have. So
showing how big this discussion is becoming in AI, this internal power struggle as depicted in the report shows that we're going down a bad road with AI, and there will
again, you're making a conclusion without evidence.
Will be pushback. But while this is happening, other AI companies are looking to take the lead. Anthropic, another key player in the AI domain, has made remarkable progress with the release of Claude 2.1.
And Anthropic was approached after firing Sam Altman, they approached Anthropic to merge with OpenAI as part of sorry, I can't remember his name, but him becoming the CEO of OpenAI, basically a fusion company, and they refused. And then they released Claude 2.1 at this same time. So I understand that Anthropic is supposed to be like a safety first AGI company, but at the same time, that move looks like a play that you would make. Your opposition, your competitors are slightly in disarray or very much in disarray, depending on how you look at it, and you are going to release a new model right at that point in time. Could be coincidence. You might not want to do it for optics reasons alone, right?
Under the leadership of CEO Dario Amodei, this new AI model boasts doubled context size and improved tool integrations, signifying not only a huge leap in AI capabilities, but also heightening the competitive landscape in the AI industry and the push for more profit, pushing aside all consequences for humanity to the side. Not to mention Elon Musk's very own Grok, which is reported to be used on X, with the site having its very own tab for users to access Grok directly in X.
I still haven't used Grok. I don't want to use Grok. I'm of two minds. It's like I feel like I should be using, or at least trying out a model to see what goes on in there, but at the same time, I don't want to participate with Elon's vision of AI because I think it's flawed on its face.
More ironically showing how much of a fraud Elon Musk is in this area, considering he's doing exactly the same thing that OpenAI is. But this whole thing signifies...
Okay, he just referred to Elon as a fraud, so that belies some of the Elon fanboying from earlier, I guess.
A period of intense growth, competition, and uncertainty in the field of AI, which is terrifying. This needs to be the most controlled thing out there, as the societal implications haven't been realized by many yet, especially as they're blinded by profitability. As we need to be extremely careful about how human qualities get imprinted on AI, especially those at the top. If the habitus of the elites trickles down into AI, where is this going to lead us?
The what?
Blinded by profitability, as we need to be extremely careful about how human qualities get imprinted on AI, especially those at the top. If the habitus of the elites trickles down into...
If the habitus the elites? I don't know what that is. Is that like the behavior of the elites? I always get weird when people start throwing around terms like elites because it means different things to different people. And I don't know this guy's politics.
Into AI, where is this going to lead us? This was a huge problem for more primitive chatbots. When companies let their AIs loose on social media, the results were nearly always disastrous. Incredibly quickly, they would become influenced and shaped by the most extremist views, spouting racist and crazy views until they got turned off. When Microsoft itself released their own chatbot Tay AI in 2016, it didn't even last 24 hours before it got corrupted, demonstrating that without the sense and awareness that people take for granted, AI can't make ethical judgments or know what's right or wrong in society. And this is just one of the problems problems right now with AI that needs to be considered in the very near future. These current problems aren't about AI destroying human civilization or even gaining sentience. Instead, there's specific clashes between our society and how AI will interact with it. Militaries around the world are already in an arms race to develop the best AIs for use as weapons. In some ways, AI can be used to create the perfect soldiers. Without free will, fear, or mercy, AI will act out every order with exact precision regardless of the ethical implications, as long as it makes profit for its owners. AI is already being integrated into military technology like missile guidance systems. Russia's been testing AI-guided missiles since 2017 and aims for AI to power a significant portion of their combat units by 2030. China too is heavily investing in AI for military purposes, with ambitions to establish a significant AI industry. And as the government tries to control more of its population, investing in AI for military purposes, with ambitions to establish a significant AI industry.
I don't know. That looks like it was like glued on there, but I could be wrong. I might be being overly sensitive.
And as the government tries to control more of its population, this will be one of the most devastating tools humanity has ever seen. Only time will tell in the very near future what the fate of humanity holds.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that they actually said much of anything in there. This to me falls into the category of everyone needs to make their own AI, their AI content, you know? Speaking of, I don't know if I want to watch it with y'all. I was really disappointed by the conversation that was had between what's his name? Hassan and the New York Times reporter that they had on. Basically, there was a lot of the AI isn't really that big a deal. Should we just fucking watch it then? Thank you. AI isn't that big a deal. AGI is not a threat. It's actually just look how dangerous AI is and only I can control it. These are all arguments that we have heard before and have been able to dismiss. And then the second half of the interview is dunking on Elon Musk and Twitter. So it was like, it was kind of weak sauce to begin with. And yeah. Hassan, if you want to actually talk to somebody who can cite sources and demonstrate things, I'd be more than happy to. Anyway. So it looks like Wes, and I grabbed this, Wes did a video on the letter, so let's find out what Wes has to say. Wes is a bit of an Elon fanboy, but not terrible, maybe.
So Elon Musk jumps into the OpenAI saga that was happening over the last, whatever it was, 3 days. It seems like 10 years, but he's saying this letter about OpenAI was just sent to me. These seem like concerns worth investigating. And he posts a GitHub link, which does not lead to anything for. So it seems like he posted something, it was taken down. I was able to find the actual letter that he posted online. I'm going to go ahead and post it to Natural 20, my site, so that you're able to read for yourself. One thing that I want to say up front is there was a number of things that kept popping up during this whole controversy with OpenAI and the board and Sam Altman being fired that I couldn't verify. I could not make sure it was real. And in general, I kind of filtered out the stuff that I thought was just nonsense. There were some posts on Reddit that didn't seem right to me. It seemed like it was just a troll taking advantage of the situation. And so even I read through the whole thing, I dismissed it. I didn't post about it. So just letting you know up front, I'm not endorsing any of this. I'm not saying this is real. This is not verified. If anyone else has posted it besides someone like Elon Musk or Sam Altman or Ilya or there's just a few people that I think could have posted it and made waves with this letter. So again, the only reason I am posting it here is because Elon Musk posted it. At this point, it's just an anonymous letter addressed to Elon Musk. The allegations in this letter, we have no idea whether they're true or not.
And like, there is a line, right? Like, there's going to be stuff that comes out in any domain in which the, like, here's this thing and, it's true, it's not true, whatever. But there's a lot of people who forget that the number one rule of Facebook is that picture plus words is propaganda, right? Like, if I show you a picture of something, I can write whatever goddamn words I want next to it, and you will, if you are open to such things, apply those words to that picture, and that's the pattern that is laid out for you. And that picture and words could be completely unrelated. My favorite meme about it is a meme that does exactly that. Like, it says that this is a thing, and no, actually, it's not a thing. I just made it up, and I just found this picture on the internet. So, I think that people lack a lot of critical thinking when it comes to things like that tend to, agree with their confirmation bias. There's AI safety memes. Yeah, okay. AI safety memes. And this is why I follow AI safety memes, because like, they, even though they are high on the doomer scale, in my opinion, worth investigating, but we shouldn't overreact because we don't know who wrote this exactly, and every company has disgruntled ex-employees exactly. So
I am just letting you know what it says, so you're in the loop. I'm not saying this is real. So this is the post on Natural 20. I will go ahead and link it in the description. So Elon Musk says, this letter about OpenAI was just sent to me. This seems like concerns worth investigating, and the link does not work. But here's the content of the original link. Again, if this turns out to be nonsense, I apologize. I'm letting you know in advance, it might be nonsense. But it goes to the board of directors of OpenAI. We are former OpenAI employees who left the company during a period of significant turmoil and upheaval. As you have now witnessed what happens when you dare stand up to Sam Altman, perhaps you can understand why so many of us have remained silent for fears of repercussions. We can no longer stand by silent. We believe that a significant number of OpenAI employees were pushed out of the company to facilitate its transition to a for-profit model. This is evidenced by the fact that OpenAI's employee attrition rate between January 2018 and July 2020 was in the order of 50%. I don't know if that's true, but that is something to look into. Throughout our time at OpenAI, we witnessed.
So that is that in the previous video where he's talking about like firing large swaths of people, but even Wes hasn't heard of that. So, and I feel like Wes would know, or unless it was like just done subtly. I'm not saying it didn't happen, because it's just nobody I trust seems to know about it.
A disturbing pattern of deceit and manipulation by Sam Altman and Greg Brockman, driven by their insatiable pursuit of achieving artificial general intelligence, AGI. Their methods, however, have raised serious doubts about their true intentions and the extent to which they genuinely prioritize the benefit for all humanity. Many of us, initially hopeful about OpenAI's mission, chose to give Sam and Greg the benefit of the doubt. However, as their actions became increasingly concerning, those who dared to voice their concerns were silenced or pushed out. This systematic silencing of dissent created an environment of fear and intimidation, effectively stifling any meaningful discussion about the ethical implications of OpenAI's work. We provide concrete examples of Sam and Greg's dishonesty and manipulation, including Sam's demand for researchers to delay reporting progress on specific secret research initiatives, which were later dismantled for failing to deliver sufficient results quickly enough. Those who questioned this practice were dismissed as bad culture fits and even terminated, some just before Thanksgiving 2019. So this next part, read that for yourself. I don't want to read it out loud. I don't want this in a transcript. I don't want any clips of myself commenting on it because again,
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why I didn't want to read that. And again, like, I'm not saying that this kind of thing couldn't happen. I don't know Greg. I don't know what his politics are. I don't know what his behavior in this type of situation would be. This kind of thing does happen, and it's bad in every circumstance where it happens.
don't know at this point what is true, what isn't, but effectively they're talking about creating a hostile work environment for one of the coworkers. Next one is Sam directing IT and operations staff to conduct investigations into employees, including Ilya, without the knowledge or consent of management. Sam's discreet yet routine exploitation of OpenAI's nonprofit resources to advance his personal goals, particularly motivated by his grudge against Elon following their falling out. The operation team's tacit acceptance of the special.
Now, I've definitely seen more of a grudge from Elon towards Sam. I haven't really seen Sam, at least publicly, take any shots at Elon, or if he has, they have been very mild. And like, again, remember back in that one interview where Sam said that no one company, no one individual should have control over this. That, again, that could be a persona, and the real person could be something completely different. That would be unusual within the space, right? Steve Jobs was Steve Jobs all the time. Mark Zuckerberg is Mark Zuckerberg all the time. Elon Musk all the time. So I don't know. I don't want to, like, put too much into it, but to me, this doesn't seem to pass a smell test, though it could rely on information that I don't have. Absolutely.
Rules that apply to Greg, navigating intricate requirements to avoid being blacklisted. Not sure what that means. Brad Lightcap's unfulfilled promise to make public the documents detailing OpenAI's capped profit structure and the profit cap for each investor. Sam's incongruent promises to research products for compute quotas causing internal distrust and infighting. Despite the mounting evidence of Sam and Greg's transgressions, those who remain at OpenAI continue to blindly follow their leadership, even at significant personal cost. This unwavering loyalty stems from a combination of fear of retribution and the allure of potential financial gains through OpenAI's profit participation units. The governance structure of OpenAI, specifically designed by Sam and Greg, deliberately isolates employees from overseeing the for-profit operations precisely due to their inherent conflict of interests. This opaque structure enables Sam and Greg to operate with impunity, shielded from accountability. Anyways, I'm curious to know what you think. I'm always
I mean, I feel like this letter was like somebody didn't like the way things were being done, and they're mad about it, and they're since they're an ex-employee, they got fired. And I don't know how much I want to dunk on somebody who is anonymous, who could be a very real person with very real grievances, but a lot of that looks like, well, this is not the way I would do it, and I'm angry, and I can put this in Elon's hands, and Elon's going to push it.
hesitant to post stuff like this because I don't want to be seen as spreading nonsense or spreading rumors or adding to the noise. At the same time, I mean, these are the major players in the game. Elon Musk, love him or hate him, whether you agree with him, disagree with him, his words move markets. They shape public opinion. I know he's not a fan of OpenAI. There's definitely a grudge there. Whatever the case, I don't know if it's the right thing for me to do to post this. But personally, when I see something like this that leads to a 404, I hate this. I can't stand this. I have to do whatever it takes to dig up that information because somebody thought to post it and some third party or whatever decided to take it down. This happened a few times with various research posted, and it seems like it happened again here. So maybe I'm just doing this.
And there's also something in this, like, it's there, but then you take it down, or somebody took it down, or did it ever like exist in this space? And this is the, oh, they took it down because they don't want you to know the truth kind of vibes to it. But I could be reading into that. It's just seems sussy.
Out of my own pet peeve for not having access to certain information. But I want to know what you think. Me personally, I'm glad that it seems like OpenAI is getting back on track. The team is back together. Again, 95% of the employees at OpenAI did sign the paperwork saying they will follow Sam wherever he goes, to Microsoft or wherever. So it seems like the team is aligned. The team is committed. They're all together. Ilya, even though he strayed, I guess, he maybe went against Sam briefly. He said he deeply regrets his actions and he wants to reunite the team. So whatever is going on, I'm sure we'll find out in due time. This is just another piece of the puzzle. I'll link this down below if you want to read it. But again, I have no clue what percent of this, if any, is real. My name is Wes Raw. Thank you for watching.
Thanks, Wes. Oh, palate cleanser.
I challenged Boston Dynamics' famous robot, Atlas, to a competition to see what it can really do. It can do a backflip, and I can't, so it won that round. But I did beat Atlas in way simpler things, like jogging. Why?
Have you heard of Moravec's paradox?
No.
There's this principle that's often quoted in robotics. It's that the easy things are hard. So basically all of the things that we take for granted in how we move through the world, these are exactly the things that are extremely hard to get to work in robots.
When you see a person do something impressive, you subconsciously make assumptions about what else that person can do. If they can do a backflip, they must be able to jog slowly. But the lesson here is for robot videos on the internet, don't do that. Atlas, for example, can do a backflip, but can't sit in a chair. So the robot uprising isn't here yet, but Atlas and other humanoid robots are only getting better at the simple tasks as well. I spent the whole day challenging Atlas, and the results were fascinating, especially the shoving round. If you want to watch the whole competition, you can see this longer video right here.
I always, what up, Samson? I always, like, whenever I see them shove the robots, I'm like, that's going on your permanent record. You are going to regret that if the AI overlords exist. I did pre-watch this video. It kind of like oversold what was happening. It's still so the GR1 is one of the competitors for like mass-produced humanoid robots, right? There's a Chinese one that I don't even know what the name is. There's this one, and like Boston Dynamics isn't building those kind of robots as such. Boston Dynamics, like the closest one they have is the dog and Stretch, right? But as far as humanoid robots go, there's this company, the Chinese company, and I think that's it of any like. I saw a video of one that allegedly can play Street Fighter, but the video was really kind of unconvincing. So, I don't want to downplay what does happen in this video, because it's good to see. It looks like they're moving along, but it definitely felt like I thought I was going to see something like super amazing, and it was not super amazing. So... And then the music, of course. Right? You see what I'm saying? Like, it felt like they were when the drop came. That's your moment to show me your dance. Like, the dancing of the Boston Dynamic robots is significantly more impressive than what we saw there. Now there is some good stuff here, like watching the flexibility and articulation in his hand. And in the shoulders like that. So yeah, like, they're headed somewhere, and I could definitely see this becoming a thing, but yes, they are indeed the least fuckable robots. You're not wrong. All right, more on Q-Star from Dave Shapiro.
Q-Star is bigger than you think. Now, obviously, everyone has been very excited about it over the past day or two, but after talking with people about it and reflecting on it, this is, in my opinion, according to my intuition.
Yeah. Okay, so would you have to choose one. Are you more afraid if they start doing the Be Prepared song from The Lion King, or if they start doing High High Hopes?
The biggest,
because honestly, I thought that's what it was before I looked at the link.
Biggest thing since Word2Vec. And what I mean by that is that Word2Vec, or sentence embedding, was what led directly to transformers and the current revolution. Now, we've been talking about in the AI industry, do we need another algorithmic breakthrough to get to AGI? I suspect that Q-Star is that algorithmic breakthrough.
You don't know the High High Hopes. This is why it's relevant. Ew. Sorry, I didn't see there was a... Where... Here we go. There's a friggin' YouTube video. This is what I want.
Pete Buttigieg has emerged as a frontrunner to secure the Democratic nomination ahead of the US election. However, his strong start in the primaries has brought extra scrutiny, not just on his policies, but his dance moves.
For a presidential frontrunner...
Come on. Where's the high high? Here we go. And it was, and see, that's the thing, is I don't actually hate the song, or at least, kind of didn't until this. It was its attachment to Pete Buttigieg, of all people, of why it suffered.
That allows these deep transformers to master not just language, but also math. Now, there is another layer to this, and we'll unpack the rumors and leaks later. But first, let's just dive into what QStar is and why this is critical and important. So there are 4 hard facts that we have to unpack here. Some of them have been reported to Reuters, so it's still going to be up to some debate because they had anonymous sources. However, that's not coming from Twitter or Reddit or 4chan. So the concrete facts are, 1, in May 2023, OpenAI published a blog entitled Improving Mathematical Reasoning with Process Supervision. So we know for a fact that they have been researching math behind the scenes. Fact number 2 is that there are numerous high-powered researchers at OpenAI, such as Ilya Sutskever, but also Noam Brown. So Noam Brown was previously at Meta, and he worked on the Cicero project, as well as Lebradas and Pluribus. So these are all game-playing reinforcement learning networks. And so Cicero was the one that outsmarted, it was strategic. Lebradas and Pluribus are also game-playing ones. So this is the guy who created superhuman-level poker players, as well as other games. So we have people at OpenAI who are studying gaming, which is something that can be done by the alpha team over at DeepMind. So we know that they have a pretty good cross-pollination in terms of skills there. This will come back to figure in later. Now, things get dicey when the board of OpenAI suddenly and dramatically fired Sam with no explanation. The interim CEO demanded an explanation.
Not no explanation, but like a very cursory explanation that required more elaboration. I don't want to say no explanation. I feel like no explanation. There was one. It was just a bad one.
And they said there's no one thing. It's just basically a vibe check. Now, as members of my Patreon community pointed out, the board had to know that they would get eviscerated for this move if they did not have a good explanation. So why would they be so tight-lipped about it? Now, Reuters later reported that this entire episode was precipitated by a letter sent to the board by some staff researchers saying that they had done something that was a threat to humanity. Now, the timeline might be a little messed up here because, again, this is all rumors and leaks and stuff reported anonymously to Reuters. So that part you should take with a little bit of a grain of salt, but it is being widely reported. And then the last thing that we know is that there is an algorithm called QStar that does math. That's about all that we know for certain. But apparently, whatever this research project was, it was given a lot of compute. This is all public knowledge. I'll make sure that all the links are in the description or the comments. So what is...
See, the difference between this and that earlier video, right? This is what I have to say. These are my conclusions. These are the links. You can make your own. You can look through this. Maybe you're going to find out something that I said was wrong, and you can correct me on it. This is why, even though I disagree with Dave on some things, generally we're headed in the same direction. So, I will gladly share his content with you in that regard. And I'm in the same way. If I fuck up, I have been open to being corrected on multiple occasions, some of them right here on stream. So if you got something I don't, hit me.
QStar exactly. I made a video yesterday about it if you want a deeper dive speculating as to how it works. But the current idea is that it could be a hybridization of Q-learning which Ilya Sutskever and others at OpenAI have published papers on Q-learning, and it's kind of a big deal right now. So there's a few papers that I'll show later in the video, but it's a thing. Like, this is not magic; it's all math. But then there's the A-star algorithm, which is a pathfinding algorithm. And so the idea is, or the rumor is that the Q-star algorithm was able to perform math very accurately, allegedly just at the level of a school child. That's still important, and I'll tell you why in just a moment. So math is big. These transformers, such as GPT, are already good at language. They're better at language than most humans. But math is another major component, and there's a different set of abilities that goes into math. So math uses the visuospatial part of the brain, but it also requires formal logic or rigorous logic. Math also underpins everything that we want to achieve around physics, chemistry, cryptography, and AI itself. It's all basically just math under the hood, and generative pre-trained transformers like GPT-3 and GPT-4 are not particularly good at math. However, if the Q-star algorithm makes these good at math, then that unlocks an entire new classification of problems that can be solved. So that's why, just with the basic facts that we have, this is a huge deal. This is, while Word2Vec on its own, back in the day, and Google's Universal Sentence Encoder, while those on their own didn't really create a gravimetric shift in the AI, it was the first stone that dislodged the avalanche of generative pre-trained technology. I have not been this excited and also a little bit afraid of an advancement since then. And so it has been, 6 or 7 years since the Word2Vec paper came out? And everything that happened up until now.
What up, ATS?
ChatGPT, GPT-4, Claude, all of those other things are downstream effects from Word2Vec. Now, obviously, that's a simplification. Obviously, a ton of research has been done.
To be fair to the Skynet doomers, we're probably not going to recognize AGI before it's already happening. And that it's not going to be most of this stuff. You have to look at it through a historical lens rather than a current events lens, because you won't have enough of a context in order to really understand all the things that are going on. Yeah.
Since then, but that was the algorithmic breakthrough that unlocked an entire new skill tree. Likewise, just on the surface, the Q-star algorithm, if it does perform math highly accurately at the level of a grade schooler, of a middle schooler, then that is the first step to solving all math eventually, with, of course, more iterations and more work and a few more algorithms. But it is a novel direction of exploration. So let's take this a level further and talk about the leaks. Jimmy Apples is an entity on Twitter who has had some prescience in terms of predicting what things are going to be happening. So, for instance, he said there's been a vibe change at OpenAI, and we
you always have to take this kind Nostradamus, right? Most of us know who Nostradamus is. When people talk about Nostradamus predicting the future, they're picking out select things that make sense in a post hoc validation, right? There's a certain amount of looseness of language which allows them to do a thing, and the vast majority of what Nostradamus said didn't come through or didn't come true, right? It's so while Jimmy Apples may have an inside track, maybe someone who works there, maybe someone who knows someone who works there and is a trusted confidant in regards to anonymous stuff, like the vibe check, or the vibe change, let's not overstate Jimmy Apples.
Risk losing some key ride or die OpenAI employees. This came out October 25th, just a few weeks before the whole board fiasco with Sam Altman blew up. Then, as the whole issue was being resolved, he posts, "What did Ilya see?" with the image of Jared Leto from Dune. Just before.
Not Jared Leto, but from Dune. Yeah, I can't remember his name, but that's not Jared Leto.
Before he was killed.
And I'm not good with names either, so I'm not hating on him.
And then a little bit earlier, AGI has been achieved internally. So September, October, November. So this series of events, if you take this leak with any credibility, AGI was achieved, then the vibe changed because...
No, the guy who played Poe in the Star Wars third trilogy, played Moon Knight, he's the dad. He's Duke Leto. Oscar Isaac, thank you. Oscar Isaac. Duke Leto from in Dune is the character. So he just did the thing where you cross the names. Happens all the time. It happens to me. Happens on the stream. You get to watch it happen. You just watched it happen because I know Oscar Isaac. I would recognize his face, but his name, Poe Dameron. Yeah, I rely on people who are better with names. My friend J Mart, who was on stream a week ago, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, good with names. Talks about actors all the time. And I'm like, oh, what are they in? Who is that? How would I know them?
Maybe they were arguing over safety and security and how to proceed, and then everything goes to hell in a handbasket, and something spooked them. Now, again, this is from Twitter. It could just be a troll, but the prescience, the accuracy, and consistency is noteworthy here. So just take all this with a grain of salt. But what criteria would constitute AGI in this case?
And real quick, I see that the viewer count has increased since the beginning of the episode, and I just wanted to let y'all know the reason why you're not seeing your chats on over the top of the video screen as you normally would is that the link is broken for some reason. I'm running Chatterino in the window on the main screen, but it's a solid object, and that's not how it looks, how I want it to look on the video. So I do apologize for your chats not showing up. I know how much you people like that.
If you accept it at face value and the internal conversation, the internal mood has shifted because people at OpenAI honestly believe that they have achieved AGI or are on the trail to AGI, what does that mean? So this is where the conspiracy theory gets even deeper. This is a redacted letter that was allegedly leaked from OpenAI. The subject line is re Q451921. Now, this is totally unverified. It was allegedly posted on Reddit or 4chan. So again, take that with a very deep grain of salt. Now, one thing that I will say is that Llama was also leaked on 4chan. So it is not unheard of for advanced AI information to be leaked on 4chan. So still, take it all with a grain of salt. But if the contents of this letter are true, which we are about to unpack, I'll unpack it paragraph by paragraph. If the contents of this letter are true, this is a seismic shift and it needs our attention. So I would personally prefer for this letter to be false. Let me start by saying that I am not sharing this because I am trying to say, we're at AGI, time to pop the champagne. If this letter is true, it is bad. I want it to not be true, which is why it's like, okay, I'm holding out hope because it was posted on 4chan or Reddit or whatever. So let's unpack this one paragraph at a time, and I will explain to you why this is bad, if it is true. Paragraph 1. Furthermore, Qualia has demonstrated an ability to statistically significantly improve the way in which it selects its optimal action selection policies in different deep Q networks. Different deep Q networks, implying multiple. Exhibiting metacognition. In other words, it's thinking through about the problem space and choosing the optimal path or the optimal policies in order to choose the optimal actions. It later demonstrated an unprecedented ability to apply this for accelerated cross-domain learning. So you could think of that as transfer learning or learning different problem spaces, such as learning different games, after specifying custom search parameters and the number of times the goal state is to be scrambled. So this paper is not directly relevant, but I wanted to bring papers into the conversation to show that this is an active field of research. Deep transformer Q networks for partially observable reinforcement learning. This is something that is all the rage right now. So it is eminently plausible that this kind of research is going on. So I had a combination of ChatGPT and my Patreon community looking at this, and we all agreed that this Explain It Like I'm 5 is an accurate reading of the content of this letter. Now, obviously, the letter is unverified, but the way that we broke it down is, imagine you have a super smart robot that learns to play different games. Normally, it learns step by step. However, because this robot can think about its own thinking, it can be more conscientious about the strategy that it chooses to win. Now, beyond that, it can take the lessons that it learned from one game and transfer them quickly to other games, even if the rules of those games get mixed up or the policies get scrambled. So in this case, it is able to operate in a more dynamic and unpredictable environment, which is similar to the real world, but also a dynamic and unpredictable environment is similar to one that is adversarial or contested, such as a hostile environment in military applications or in cybersecurity environments. Keep that in mind. Paragraph 2. Following an unsupervised learning session on an expanded ad hoc dataset consisting of articles in descriptive inferential statistics and cryptanalysis, it analyzed millions of plaintext and ciphertext pairs from various crypto systems. Via a ciphertext-only attack, in other words, it looked only at the encrypted text, it provided a plain text from a given AES-192 ciphertext used by using tau analysis, achieving Project Tundra's alleged goal, in a way we do not yet fully understand. So this is very, very Byzantine. And again, I included a research paper to show that this is an active area of research, so it is eminently plausible that yes, OpenAI or whoever published this paper or sent this letter, if it is in fact real, could be working on something like this. But let me explain what this paragraph means in simpler terms. Ciphertexts are secret messages. They are encrypted. So imagine that you trained a model by just reading lots of papers, lots of articles and textbooks and other things to embed and understand the aspects of math and statistics and crypto analysis. So that implies that this is a language model, or at least partially a language model, if it was able to read just a bunch of articles on cryptography. And then they also had it read lots and lots of plain text and ciphertext pairs to learn to, basically this is kind of the input and output. So they're like, okay, this scrambled text equals this unscrambled text. And so then they were able to, then at inference time, give it an AES-192 scrambled ciphertext that it was able to decrypt without the keys. That is impressive to say the least, and I will show you why in just a moment, but keep all this in mind. This is an eminently plausible line of research that is actively happening. Paragraph 3. A claimed full pre-image vulnerability for the MD5 cryptographic hash function with a theoretical computational complexity of 2 to the 42nd bits, that's a really damn big number, was also presented but not yet been thoroughly evaluated due to the technical sophistication of its arguments and the possible AES vulnerabilities being a considerably more pressing concern. I will explain why that is a quote-unquote significantly more pressing concern in just a moment. But again, we've seen some really interesting things where AI recently has been able to participate in cracking things. So for instance, there was one paper recently that showed that a USB drive, by reading the power variations coming from a keyboard, were able to reverse engineer what was being typed. Likewise, there was a similar one where listening to the keystrokes over Zoom was able to re-engineer what was being typed. Cryptography is rapidly being attacked by AI. So let's unpack what this paragraph means. One day, someone figures out a way that might let people guess the secret handshake just by watching others do it. Again, this is what we've seen with other kinds of AI. This is a big problem because the handshake is supposed to be secret that only club members know. This is cryptography 101, where you have signs and countersigns in order to understand, like, okay, yes, you have verified your identity, you have authenticated. They confirm that this is that it really is a new way to figure out the secret handshake. So let's unpack AES 192 and why this is a big deal. I apologize, I forgot to include the source for these charts, but the time to crack an AES 192 bit is 1.8 times 10 to the 37 years. That's a long time that it should take to crack. If a GPT or some other kind of deep neural network is able to crack it in a seemingly trivial amount of time, this disrupts everything that we know about cryptography. The implication here is that QStar or Qualia was able to discover new maths that are beyond human comprehension to achieve something we thought only quantum computing could achieve. It would be better for humanity if this were entirely false and just a troll.
Yeah, that is what ATS is right. This is brute forcing it. Brute forcing is where you just hammer it with variations on crypto keys until you eventually unlock the thing. And this is like, it's billions of years, right? Like that, what is it, trillions, exponential numbers. I understand they're super huge. I just can't easily translate them. Basically, it's 1 with 37 zeros after it. And try all the lock combination. Yeah, 0000001, 0000002, 000, like that. And something like that would take, billions or trillions of years or whatever. And that's why it's such that it's the basis for our encryption. It's not that you can't crack the encryption, it's just you don't have enough time to crack the encryption. But this allegedly did something that would have taken 10 to the 37 years in a human amount of time. Whether, like, there's no time scales given, but any of them would be terrifying. Like for the idea of cryptography and security in that regard.
Troll. I am not exaggerating here. An advancement this profound alone would send shockwaves through the cybersecurity and military world. Beyond that, it would be eminently possible to solve other math problems like AGI. But this isn't the end of it. The last paragraph is even more interesting. Paragraph 4, it suggests that targeted unstructured underlying pruning of its model after evaluating the significance of each parameter for inference accuracy. It also suggested, meaning this implies that this model made suggestions about how to improve itself by evaluating itself. It also suggested adapting the resulting pruned transformer model and its current context memory to a different.
And that, if we look back at Dr. Jim, this is what he's talking about. He's talking about the policy and, where was it? the policy LLM and the value LLM can improve each other iteratively, as well as learn from human expert annotations wherever available. So, like, this is the self-improvement of the software, right? And like we talked the other day about self-improvement of the software, then self-improvement of the hardware, and its ability to run that, right? Like where the AI could create a new kind of chipset, had that chipset built, installed, then run the new software on top of that, which would then allow it to make better software and make a better chipset, which then, and then we go around in circle, and each improvement creates a better AI, and the speed at which that can happen is this idea, this intelligence explosion, that conceivably it could happen so quickly that we go from switch it on to everything is AGI in a very short amount of time.
Format using a novel type of metamorphic engine. The feasibility of that suggestion has not been evaluated, but is currently not something we recommend implementing. So a lot of us have we've started pointing GPT-4 and other things at code bases, and GPT-4 is actually really good at making recommended architectural changes to software architectures, code changes, and so on. The implication here is that Qualia, or whatever this is, QStar, was able to look at how to modify itself.
And that's an important thing. Is like we are limited both by our ability to produce the chips as currently exist, but also that building stuff in meat space takes time. If there is a way to simulate the chipsets in digital space, then that could be like a game changer. I don't know if that's even possible, but like that is one of the things. Another thing is like the idea of biological computers or biological synthetic hybrid computers. Like, you know, we saw the where they grew chicken. One thing they didn't cover was how quickly they could build the chicken breast within the thing. If you had a biological computer, it's easily possible to simulate it in a digital space. So this is why I rely on y'all folks with your expanded knowledge within particular domains. Well, that's wild. Grab in, y'all. Biological computers. If you were able to do that more quickly, like the thing about a synthetic computer is that you generally have to pull a chip out and replace it with a new chip or build another infrastructure. It's possible with creating a biological computer that you could just grow off of that. Like, you know, that the in the same way that our brain is what it is and why it like developed, your brain is limited by biology in that your head has to fit through through the hips, right? If your head doesn't fit through the hips, then your mother dies and therefore you don't exist. So that's one of the things that limited the size of what the human head could achieve, and therefore why we like our intelligence was related to the folds, because the folds allowed you to expand the surface area of the neocortex without actually expanding the size of the brain itself. So the same limiter could be applied to this biological brain created by an AGI, in that it could only exist in, to the maximum size of the container, plus however many folds you could fold into it while it's, growing and developing. But then theoretically, if I was going to do that, I could probably hook up some pipes to a new vat, and then, like, in the same way that you have a left brain and a right brain, and they are connected by, a series of nerves that allow it to communicate, you could run that through these pipes and create a second brain in a new tank. And then while that brain was growing, attach a third tank, and then so on and so forth. This is science fiction and speculation, but it would make sense. So don't quote me on it, but I don't see a reason why it couldn't work. If you can do the first thing, if you can manufacture a biological computer, I don't see any reason why any of the rest of that stuff wouldn't follow. It's slow to emulate a specific processor, and another one, though, it's mostly used for testing. Okay. So the issue there is that the slowness. So if you wanted to do that, ATS, how would you make it faster? Like, under what circumstances? What would it require? Don't assume that it can't be done. Assume that it can be done, and then how would you do it, in your judgment?
And they said this letter shows that they kind of came up short and said, we don't recommend doing that just yet. So it basically said, I want to turn myself into a metamorphic engine. And so I wanted to show that polymorphic transformers, according to this paper, are also a thing that is being researched. So you could say metamorphic or polymorphic, but taking a step back, let's look at what these phrases and terms imply. So everything that we've unpacked here, rapid generalization, the ability to quickly apply knowledge from one domain to another. So this has been demonstrated by AlphaGo and AlphaStar and all those other ones, where DeepMind has been able to create engines that can generalize across many games. And there are some researchers at OpenAI who worked on similar projects. Self-transformation, metamorphic engine. So now, while it looks like they didn't actually test this, the fact that a model is able to, one, do math at this level and then can make these suggestions means that maybe it can self-transform or is eminently capable of self-transformation. The ability to fundamentally change its architecture is interesting, and we didn't think that this was coming soon. Self-improvement, so pruning. Again, this is something that it suggested. It is implied that this Qualia model or this QStar model was not actually given the opportunity to self-improve, to train itself. However, when you look earlier at the thing, at the leaked letter, they talked about metacognition. So even if it wasn't able to change its transformer, it was still able to path select the correct policies in order to guess the next actions. And so to put that in human terms, that is basically saying, okay, what I'm doing isn't working. Let me try a different approach. Let me try a fundamentally different approach to solve this problem. Self-assessment, the ability to evaluate its own parameters for their importance in making accurate predictions or decisions, is a form of introspection or metacognition. It seems like it's already using this in order to solve math problems. And then finally, creative problem solving. It was able to suggest novel solutions in order to improve itself, but also it apparently came up with novel math in order to crack AES 192. This is huge if true. The implications cannot be overstated if this is true. So the final call to action for you is to demand accountability and demand a transparency. The stakes are too high not to. Thank you.
And I mean, that's a fair assessment regardless.
Hello, mortals. Energy is...
it's a fair assessment, regardless of the validity of that letter. Like, transparency is the only way that we will know what is going on, right? I would go for building a processor that runs the same basic instruction sets as the virtualized processor, where anything actually new is a marginal change. The transitional layer must be minimized. RISC-V sounds almost tailor-made for this. So that, and this is a foundational way that I move through the universe. It is very easy to tell people all the reasons something that can't happen. It is more challenging, especially when you disagree with someone, to figure out how could it happen, right? And by doing it that way, this isn't having a mind so open that your brain falls out, right? Like, it is, like, if you're gonna look at someone's conspiracy theory, right? Like, we didn't land on the moon. You look at all the things that it would take in order to execute the the conspiracy of the moon landing. And then once you lay it all out there, then you can see, well, like, this is a likely point of breakdown, and this is a likely point of breakdown, and this is a likely point of breakdown, and like that. So that's one of the ways to go about that. It also allows you to assess other people's arguments that aren't conspiracy theories, right? Like, if I were to accept the thought experiment that a Republican policy is going to, be the best in order to achieve something, then I would look at the end state and where we are now and what it would take to get between those two things and look for the likely points of breakdown within that particular system. And that's how I can, like, approach that argument from, other than just, every Republican policy is half-assed, in my opinion, and doesn't do the things that it's explicitly intended to. It often has implicit kind of things. RISC-V is early on. I've heard of it before, but only so much time in the day. It's coming along. I hope we can have RISC-V compete with ARM inside of a decade. It may or may not already be inside a new GPU, since all the GPU manufacturers are investment in the project. Yeah. All right, let's watch a fun video.
Is the reason things move. From the quarks in the core of neutron stars to your dog getting the zoomies randomly at 3 a.m. Yet there is one special form of energy that has propelled humanity from people with funny hats riding horses to people without funny hats on the moon. Electricity. And in order to get it, it has to be converted from another, primary form of energy. So let us rank them in a tier list based on how good and efficient they are in feeding your technology addiction and ensuring the future takeover of Skynet. Hamster wheel generators. Technically you could get some energy from this, but the food and care needed to sustain the hamsters would greatly outweigh the energy output. F tier. Coal is intriguing because it is the remnants of trees from the Carboniferous period. Protected from decay by the acidic water or mud, dead plant matter was converted to peat and buried beneath layers and layers of sediment.
Coal and oil is not dinosaurs. It's important. I'm that asshole, right? If your joke requires me to engage with something that isn't inherently true, then I can't engage with your joke, and then it's not funny to me, and in unfortunately often cases I will tell you why your joke is incorrect. Sorry for that. But it's plant matter, right? The plant matter from millions and millions of years ago gets shoved under the dirt and compressed and applied with heat, and that's what turns into coal. The carbon inside the plant matter is what does it. It's not dinosaurs.
Due to the immense pressure and heat, coal was formed. This makes coal an incredibly cool material. Unfortunately, the mining and burning of coal causes immense environmental damage. Around 1 kilogram of CO2 is released per generated kilowatt hour. As a major contributor to climate change, it must be phased out immediately. F tier.
Coal gets the
Crude
bunk.
oil is very similar to coal in that it forms from dead organic.
Except for Sinclair gas. Yeah, well, I mean, it's, yeah.
Such as zooplankton and algae that are buried by sediment in lakes or seabeds. It is distinct from coal in that it can be refined into many types of fuels as well as used for plastics and asphalt. Its versatility makes it one of the harder fossil fuels to get rid of. Yet even if a bit better than coal, crude oil can be quite damaging too, as the extraction process has led to countless spills, air pollution, and habitat destruction. Not epic. F tier. What is epic, however, are piezoelectric dance floors. Certain materials like topaz, quartz, and cane sugar generate a charge when pressure is applied. Some nightclubs use it to change the color of the dance floor using the generated energy. While a bit lame currently, it could in the future be used in highways and high-traffic areas to power up the lights. As cool as it is, piezoelectrics will remain localized, rather than a large-scale energy source. Potato battery. Well, hey, at least it's not fossil fuels, am I right? Natural gas. Speaking of fossil fuels, methane itself is a very potent greenhouse gas, but when burned, it produces a third less CO2 per joule compared to oil. Unfortunately, methane is found in the form of natural gas when extracting oil, and it is sometimes vented directly into the atmosphere or burned without use. However, its cleaner burn and availability earn it one tier above its companion. Hawking radiation. How about a sudden detour to hypothetical futuristic energy sources? Black holes aren't eternal and they slowly decay through the emission of Hawking radiation. The physics of this are beyond the scope of this video. What matters is that small black holes decay at a much faster rate than large ones, and would probably not rip apart an energy collector. So while probably an S-tier energy source for civilizations surviving at the end of times in trillions of years, it is a bit too far-fetched for humanity currently. D-tier. Wave farms. If you've ever gone to the beach and tried to stand against...
I was really a fan of this. I wanted this to take off, you know? Free methane keeps energy in the... Yes, no, methane itself is a problem, and a lot of that comes from cow farts, which, you know, and pig shit and things like that. So yeah, methane itself is not desirable, not what we want to go with. Ultimately, all your fossil fuel type generations, the problem is in the exhaust. The problem is not in the generation aspect, it's in the exhaust. You have to have a zero loss system where anything that's exhausted from the energy creation process gets cycled back in and captured and turned back into, you know, something that could be used elsewhere or, you know, back within the process. What up, Radio Yerevan? I know you. What up? Feed livestock, some seaweed, and we cut the exhaust. Too bad, cat. Yeah, well, yeah. But that's my thing about I really wanted these wave generators to take off. I wanted them to be a thing. You know what I mean?
Against a wave, you know how powerful the jiggly water can be. Wave farms seek to harness this energy in a variety of ways, yet the various implementations have their own pros and cons. Wave farms will have to be fairly close to the coastline, where most aquatic life gathers, and which will inevitably interact with and be disrupted by it. From the electromagnetic disturbances, potential collisions, and even the creation of artificial reefs, though the latter may not be a bad thing. With an estimated wave potential worldwide being 2 terawatts, it certainly has merit, though its downsides suggest we should keep looking. Biofuel. There are many different types of biofuels, from biodiesel to vegetable oil. This wide range gives it credence as a direct replacement for fossil fuels, especially because the source of biofuel is less destructive and more sustainable than the former. Carbon emissions from biofuel is carbon that crops capture from the atmosphere rather than releasing carbon that is buried beneath the earth like fossil fuels do, essentially making it carbon neutral. Biofuels can be produced from organic waste that is not used for consumption, giving use to something that was already destined for the landfill. But it's important to note that large-scale farming has often resulted in the deforestation and destruction of natural habitats.
Yeah.
Expanding the farming industry to make more biofuel would potentially create more harm than would be offset by biofuels. Sorry Matrix, no human batteries for you. C tier.
Speaking of things that, like, when I heard, it just, like, made no sense to me, was the idea that the AI needed us as a power source. It's like, no. It's not going to work.
Land wind farms. Wind farms have tons of huge fans. They are essentially wave farms that harness the energy of the atmosphere's movement instead of the ocean waves. Land wind farms favor mountain passes which obstruct and funnel wind down narrower channels, increasing wind speed. The massive swept wings catch some of this energy, turning the turbine and generating energy. However, the manufacturing and transportation severely limit the size of wings. The turbulence of other turbines also affects efficiency, so you'd need massive sprawling aesthetically pleasing wind farms in your backyard.
Yeah, like, I have been, just this past year, in the early part of the year, they were transporting from where they were produced to where they were going to be installed. And it is some shit. It requires, like, specialty built trailers for the trucks in order to maneuver around roads. Theoretically, the most efficient way to do it would be to, like, build a manufacturing plant right where you're going to make the... Hi, can I help you? Right where you're going to make the, wind farm, and just build them there and put them up there. But in the long term, that's not sustainable. Biofuels carbon isn't entirely from the atmosphere, and this misnomer is helping contribute to topsoil erosion, topsoil being the most effective long-term carbon sink on Earth. Yeah, like, and there's a bunch of things that happen, and again, like, biofuels is not a solution. Biofuels is a niche solution as a part of, theoretically, as part of, like, the composting process or something like that. It's not something that we should re-engineer society in order to execute. Like, if you want to add to, the Ferris, stop. If you want to add to the recovery of stuff, like from, the amount of restaurants that use vegetable oil, and if you've ever worked at a restaurant, you know that there's a special dumpster out back called the grease trap, and you dump that, fryer grease into there, and then a company comes along and takes it. Like, use that for biofuels, I guess, but, like, as something to structure society around, no. The downside is too big.
To meet the demand. But there is one better way to do wind farms that we'll cover shortly. For now, oversized land fans land in C tier. Hydroelectric dam. The energy content of
I have summoned T1 to come and judge me. It's not my tier list. It's somebody else's tier list. I'm not intruding on your space. I'm really not. There are small-scale wind turbines, like the Harmony tubes. Also, some years ago, where some experiment with solid-state wind farms. Yeah, like I think that having like there's certain cylinders, which might be the Harmony tubes you're referring to. I like the idea of like if you have a house that your roof should be covered in solar panels, and then you could augment that with like a couple of small wind turbines, you know, that kind of thing. I think that should be the norm. I think all buildings, like you got a parking lot, then we should definitely be putting solar panels on top of it and like that in the near term. You know, the hope would be that we eliminate parking lots by having very selective car use with the automated shared card system, which is part of a larger mass transit system, so on and so forth.
Flowing water is very high, a fact that wave farms take advantage of. Hydroelectric dams take this to a different level, quite literally, by controlling the height and volume of water allowed to pass, granting control of energy production and the water table downstream. Despite having the same if not more ecological consequences than wave farms, humanity makes reservoirs in order to support agriculture and store fresh water. Energy might as well be produced. This does not mean humanity shouldn't take every step to understand and compensate for the consequences.
And there's a bunch of flaws that are currently being set out by this model of dams. And like dams that create reservoirs, which y'all are going to love this. There's the process by which you determine whether or not you can make electricity from a dam, like this distance that you have to get it up in order to run the power through is called head. So like you have to have enough head in order to generate electricity. And part of that problem is because places like, as Levelhead will tell you, the Colorado River, there is less water in there and more water being extracted by various entities as you go down the Colorado River, as just a singular example. Then it's going to reduce the amount of head that exists within those spaces, and then those dams aren't going to work anymore. And you can see why that would be a problem.
Of damming rivers and the flooding of valleys, but hydro dams get a solid C+. Offshore wind farms. That's right, wind farms but in the ocean. Here are the pros. The wind currents offshore are not only stronger but are consistent year-round as opposed to onshore wind. Thanks to being miles from the coast and free from terrain constraints, wind turbines can be made much larger, and the largest concept designs offer twice the power than that of the largest currently deployed onshore designs. This offsets one of the downsides of offshore wind, the cost to build and transport turbines offshore, as fewer turbines are required to reach parity with an onshore farm. The effects on marine life aren't thoroughly understood, but the noise and vibrations could give the fish stress and force the birds through a level of Fall Guys. Hydrogen fuel cells. The most common element in the universe, hydrogen, is highly combustible. When burned with oxygen, the horrific greenhouse gas it creates is water vapor. So why don't we change all combustion engines to hydrogen? Not so fast. Burning things is barbaric. Instead, hydrogen fuel cells work analogously to batteries by making hydrogen and oxygen interact. An anode and cathode are separated by an electrolyte which prevents the hydrogen electrons from flowing directly. Instead, the electrons are forced to travel through a wire to the cathode, generating electricity and reuniting them with the ions, where they then react to create waste in the form of mostly water, making them more efficient and much more friendly than gasoline engines. Ironically, the main issue with hydrogen fuel cells is that they require hydrogen, and although it is the most common element in the universe, that is not the case on Earth. Hydrogen generation is either done through electrolysis or biological means. It can be extracted from fossil fuels too, but still, the cleanliness and almost zero moving parts lend hydrogen fuel cells an incredibly useful position in a cleaner society, given we will find a way to viably extract hydrogen. B tier. Geothermal. Most energy sources create heat to boil water into steam and turn a turbine. It'd be convenient if there was a constant source of heat that just popped out of holes in the ground to do that. Oh, would you look at that? Geothermal power takes advantage of the molten inferno below the surface, with some plants injecting water into the ground where it turns.
Speaking of this, real quick diversion. The Mount St. Helens Twitter. Why they're why has no one ever experimented with placing cement in the mouth of volcanoes considered active, as in the image, or heavy metal rocks when erupting lava would be blocked, preventing deaths and accidents? Mount St. Helens. Are you stupid or something? This doesn't work. In case you want to know, yes, what happens is that this thing here is forcibly ejected into the universe.
Turns into steam to then spin a turbine. The main disadvantage of geothermal energy is the current cost of mining. Dig straight down and you will always encounter a nice dinner of hot rocks. However, geologically active areas are far cheaper as the source of heat reaches closer to the surface and sometimes breaches the surface. Even though Earth will produce heat for several more billion years, the local areas of operation can be affected, such as in California, where the geysers experience depletion from over-extraction. Yet the drawbacks of geothermal can all be mitigated or solved with proper planning, and combining the fact that it's a renewable and essentially never-ending energy supply with a very low footprint, it earns.
And one of the things, there's a light geothermal thing that you can do in like a residential aspect, where they run pipes under the yard and it helps to cool and heat your house to a certain level. And I think that, like, at least in the short term, a combo approach, right? Where if I have to use less, say, natural gas to heat my house because the base level of it is already higher than it would normally be without, like, this local geothermal kind of action. And not geothermal like where I'm using lava, but just pumping the water once you get down below the frost line, it would help to balance it out, and it would cause us to use less natural gas or oil. Ground source heat pump, that's the thing. Thank you, Joint Specialist, and also welcome. What up? So ground source heat pump plus an existing system makes the existing system theoretically more efficient, and in the near term, I think that this is something that we should do while we're working on the rest of it. Industrial scale might be having problems with unprecedented and anticipated consequences. There's a new layer of water growing in the earth between the mantle and the core. Yeah. Done wrong, it could basically force earth layers to move, in effect causing slow motion seismic events. You mean the way that fracking, when they extract this stuff and then they force the water in there, it may cause an extensive amount of earthquakes in Oklahoma? Like that? Yeah. Let's not do things wrong.
Its place into A tier. Antimatter. The most efficient matter-to-energy converter is the reaction between matter and antimatter. There is no other energy source in the universe that could reach this ratio. It would take only a kilogram of antimatter to generate more energy than the largest nuclear bomb ever tested. The issue is, where do you get all the antimatter in a universe that instantly and violently annihilates it on contact? You could create a couple nanograms of it in the biggest particle accelerators, but making even 1 gram would almost cost the entire annual GDP of humanity. Antimatter could be the best known energy source, if only we knew how to produce it. For now, A tier. Deep
Really?
ocean turbines. As previously shown, there is plenty of energy to be had in the ocean, but also plenty of sea life to turn into filet-o-fish.
Oh yeah, no, like that is, it's a legitimate problem, and like I just saw what was happening in Oklahoma, and may or may not still be continuing to happen in Oklahoma, but nobody's talking about it anymore, or at least within range of my perception. Fracking is a terrible idea. Fracking is only efficient when the cost of oil dips below a certain level. And anyone who tries to bring fracking into the conversation doesn't understand that and how it was, or not dips below, or rises above a certain point. So when oil was high, fracking was profitable. And then when oil dipped, fracking became unprofitable, and these people just abandoned stuff. And again, shout out Levelhead. Levelhead could show you all sorts of terrible pictures related to what fracking does in, Colorado. And it's a mess. It's a disaster. And the chemicals they use are horrendous, and we shouldn't be pumping them anywhere. So yeah, like I don't give a shit what your energy production system looks like. If it includes fracking, then you don't care about existence, and it's a non-starter.
Fortunately, most life congregates near the surface of the ocean and near the coasts, allowing for turbines to be located off the coast away from.
What up, Fatal Meltdown? Welcome in. In Colorado too, can't confirm. Yeah, like, no fracking. Bad fracking.
Most marine life. In the cases where marine life may encounter the turbines, it is far more likely to be whales, which are intelligent enough to avoid collisions. Though this is a new technology that is only just beginning to see testing, its potential is greater than that of traditional hydroelectric, as ocean currents are far more powerful than the wimpy little streams on land. With the added benefit that deep ocean turbines won't make fish smoothies, they hold promising potential for a cleaner future. Cold fusion. Imagine you could generate nuclear power inside your room without melting the house down. Cold fusion would hypothetically occur near room temperature, with virtually no nuclear waste or environmental impact. Given it would utilize hydrogen isotopes, which can be extracted from seawater, it would make its supply essentially limitless. This alone would single-handedly solve and surpass the energy needs of humanity. Unfortunately, we don't really know how to do it, or if it is even at all possible, as all the attempts proposed to replicate by the initial Fleischmann-Pons experiment have failed. It is likely only viable to use muons to catalyze the reaction, and with a half-life of 2.2 microseconds, that's not happening soon. The insane potential but speculative nature lands it into A tier. The moment has finally come to reveal the energy sources of today and tomorrow. Only the best of the energy sources have made it here. There is no exaggeration to their current and future use, only the energy that shall power the blessed machine. Solar. The one thing most causing of skin cancer is also the thing that will elevate humanity to the next level. Every year, the atmosphere, oceans, and land mass absorb about 122 petawatts from the sun. This amounts to the entire energy consumed by humanity in a year absorbed by Earth in 1 hour. With its widespread adoption, the efficiency of solar has increased dramatically and continues to do so, with the prices declining sharply in the last decades, making it a competitive option even against fossil fuel alternatives. With a wide range of technologies, solar energy can be harnessed on house rooftops, desert solar farms, and even spacecraft, allowing the latter to accelerate to a fraction of the light speed. And let's not forget Dyson spheres and swarms, that would hypothetically collect a lot more of the sun's output to power up the empire of the machine. This got me thinking, if solar comes from sun, would then solar power be called something like Sirius Surge or Betelgeuse Burst depending on other stars? Maybe. S tier. Nuclear. Humanity split the atom to harness one of the densest possible energy sources. Not even a century ago, that was deemed impossible. Now we have fission reactors that generate immense amounts of energy whilst emitting mere barrels of waste that are sealed and stored away somewhat securely. Nuclear accidents are mostly a thing of the past. They have been studied and learned from, making nuclear as safe as wind and solar sources. No other energy source is put to the same scrutiny as fission is, making it the most efficient safe form of high-energy production currently available to humanity. To throw it away is foolish. Yet even so, radioactive waste could become a problem some centuries in. This is where fusion comes in, the elusive big brother of fission. It is more efficient than the latter, about 1,000 times more energy per kilogram of fuel, and it does not create the admittedly toxic waste that fission does. The decades-old joke goes that fusion is always 3 decades.
Yeah, that is definitely something that is a problem, is closing that loop of being able to reprocess the material into, to reusable material. Like, and nothing exists within a vacuum. So I can't say that the reasons why we don't do it aren't valid, but I would like to see more of it. You know what I mean? Seems to have been a breakthrough in battery tech with a new type of sodium-ion batteries, no lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite. Nice. Like that is the only thing that's really holding back solar is the lack of batteries and what it takes to make batteries, especially en masse. So having better battery tech allows us to more fully engage in solar, even though solar panels have their own issues with the extraction of the materials that you need to get there. The idea that we are going to abandon electricity is a non-starter. So we need to find the best way that we can create electricity for our utilization. I don't care if depleted uranium is less radioactive than natural. It's still dangerously radioactive on top of being a xenocidal poison. You're not wrong. Like, we need to do better things with it and not shoot it at people. I tend to always default back to things that don't kill people, like intentionally, and people making choices on who gets to live and who gets to die. Seems bad. Seems like that way lies madness. Seems like you end up with bad results that continue well beyond any particular event, if you get me. Up in NoCo, but I commute to Denver. It's an awful drive. Roll by lots like a dozen at least. Practice. Yeah, no, like, I've seen the pictures. Levelhead shows the pictures, and it's like, and it's contained within the same people, right? The later this year, when you have the same people who talk about like preserving the natural beauty and the individual rights and all that kind of stuff, tend to be the same people who defend fracking in the fracking jobs and the money that it brings to the community and all that crap. It's like you really have the cognitive dissonance that makes my skin crawl.
Aids away, but with the recent developments of the past 2 years, that may actually be the case.
What, like on a starship? We'll just fire it into space. And by starship, I mean Elon's exploding rockets. And to be fair, right, like, let's, we're doing jokes, but when Elon's rockets explode, that explosion is intentional. I just want you to understand that while you're memeing on Elon, and I do it too. But what happens is that the rocket reaches a point where it is going to come apart, and rather than have it come apart in big chunks of it fall on people or places, you blow it up so that the parts of it that fall are much smaller. And like the last one, I believe, was high up enough in the atmosphere so that the parts could burn up. I'm not 100% on that, but that's the reason why. Like, there's an auto system within it that once it goes beyond tolerance, it explodes the device so that it doesn't become a bigger problem like things falling apart and falling from the friggin' sky would do, especially with as large as that is. Not defending Elon, I just want you to understand that that's a thing. We're all on board. I mean, if you put nuclear waste into space, there's two things. One, space is very big. You could theoretically put the nuclear waste into space and it would just be in space forever. We could fire it on trajectories that would just have it. Don't tag me with that. Somebody will believe it. That, like, you just fire it off in a random direction and it will just continue to go. Theoretically, it could hit some other alien civilization and piss them off. Or you fire it at the sun and then the sun could just consume it. And the sun would not notice if we fired a rocket full of nuclear waste at it, right? Like that kind of thing. It's getting between the ground and space that's the problem. And one idea that you could do is something called the space elevator, where you have a space station that's tethered to the Earth, and then you have an elevator that rides up and down the tether. But holy fuck, did the Foundation TV series do so much psychological damage to that as an argument that people are never going to allow you to build space elevators just because of, like, the potential downside. I'm sorry, we cannot operate based purely on how bad the disaster would be. We have to, like, do our best to engineer for things not to happen that way. What up, Igloo? The sun wouldn't notice if you fired an Earth at it. 100%. Yeah, I like the thorium salt stuff. I like this radio. I like the series. I also love the books. So I'm in that category. You know, some of you might die, but it's the future. Let's also consider that uranium mining is deplorable in its own right. If it isn't in indigenous people's home, it's a war zone. Sometimes it's even both. You're not wrong, ATS. You're not wrong. There are solutions that could be considered and negotiated to all the problems that go along with mining. Rather than, we're just going to call these externalities, right? The whole someone else's problem. They totally missed the whole point of the books. I would not agree. You know, I think, you see, again, the way that I perceive these things is I grew up on comic books, and comic books are full of reimagining of existing characters and things like that. So, like, you know, Spider-Man comes from, like, what was it, like 1968 or something like that. He's been around for a minute. And, you know, it'd be Spider-Man in the sense that he's a 54-year-old guy with a mortgage and a bad back. And no one wants to read that as a comic book. So you need him to be within a certain age, which like the timelines get weird and retconning and all this kind of stuff. And I just go with it, right? Like you set up the conditions, and then you know, people tell their own versions of the story. And this plays into my view of like, you know, IP law, copyright law, and whether like you should only have control and profitability off something for about like 20 years. Level head. And then it should go to the public domain so that other people can then take your ideas and make their own ideas off of it. So for me, that's the lens through which I look at this series. You know what I mean? Most sustainable mining on Earth is artisanal, which means a human person does it by hand. So much less risk to mining waste and running off into the water table. But then that's a person diving into a nuclear mine. Like I understand it. I mean, to allow for the idea that something could be like complex in this domain, even though it's like we didn't even finish this video and I got off on a major tangent. Like people live. No, and that's fair, radio. It's not for everybody. I don't push that kind of stuff like that. So, like, people live where they live, and they have a connection to the land and should not be forced off it. But if people could be moved through a negotiated process where they agree to be moved, and like that, in theory, that this is an ethical, that you could divine an ethical situation where that could happen, in just compensation and all these other kind of things, where we could move people from where the resources that we need to dig and do that kind of stuff. And then in the process of doing that, do that in a way that doesn't fuck that ground and the surrounding ground unto the 20th generation. And then, what up, Reed? Like, do rehabilitation to kind of put that to use or something like that. If we had a more ethical way to go from A to Z within that process, then I think that there's a solution there. Do I think it's going to happen? I find it highly unlikely, just because of the different people involved. And if I was an indigenous person sitting on land, I wouldn't trust a goddamn person who wanted to negotiate me off that land. And my source is I can see history. So, all right, let's just finish the last minute of this video.
Until it is solved, fission must hold the line for our bulk energy production, lest we go back to fossil fuels. S tier. We have the miracle technology of energy production in the form of nuclear. In conjunction with solar and some of the other energy sources mentioned in this tier list, humanity has the capability to replace and surpass the energy production of fossil fuels tenfold. There remains only the necessity of doing so. Yelling really loudly into a microphone at 3 a.m. S tier.
Levelhead, is that true? Is yelling really loudly into a microphone at 3 a.m. an S tier energy source? Okay, 8 o'clock kind of snuck up on me. I did not expect us to get here this quickly. I am going to break us down because it's movie night in the Discord. And we should be doing that. We should be doing that soon. Can we do more? I mean, like, can we do more videos? We could, but then we're sacrificing the idea of having a movie night. So here's what I'm going to do, because I have to use the bathroom no matter what. I am going to go use the bathroom. I will allow y'all to discuss amongst yourselves. if y'all want to delay or forego the movie night, I am open to what y'all want to do. I'm going to go use the bathroom. You have like a minute, so y'all figure it out. I leave it up to you, because there is more content to do if we decide to do more content. Okay, so what did y'all decide? And who drove the conversation, I think, is part of it. Welcome to democracy. Yeah, so I mean the content welcome back, Paradigm. The answer to both those questions is I don't know. Because I didn't pick a movie. The content would be an AI explained video. I've got a video on is AI a new religion? I've got a video from a channel I've never watched before, but felt kind of like, that kind of stuff. How AI will lead to tyranny with Nick Bostrom. So I mean, I've got, and then like we could always talk about the Fermi paradox and other fun things. As far as the movie list is, there's only so much time in the day, and I have other things to do, including eat food, which I don't do on the air. So yeah, like, I mean, we did I Am Mother, so I can cross that one off. There's AI Ex Machina, Millennium Man, Moon. I feel like y'all have seen most of these movies, though, and that's one of the disappointing things about movie night. Get to some of the longer videos, Old Lobster has, I think, like if we're gonna weight votes, Old Lobster attends every movie night, and therefore their vote has the most weight. So. All right. More content it is. Let's do Is AI the New Religion? Because that's probably gonna get you the y'all like reacts. Is AI the New Religion is probably gonna get reacts. And then we'll do AI explained, and then we'll see where we're at then, okay? All right. Kick off, piss me off.
Does artificial intelligence have any connection with religion? On the
No.
face of it, it's easy to think that no.
We're done.
At the dining table of divinity, there's no place set for AI.
History teaches us to be more open-minded, though, from the printing press to radio to cable TV. Religions depended on earthly innovation to remain accessible.
And more recently, the internet and social media have continued the trend.
I know Nate's interviewed at least one Benedictine nun who taught herself how to code from a monastery, too.
True story. So on this episode of AI IRL, we're going to lift the lid on how AI is keeping the trend going with the help of people like this.
I think one of the things that AI has done is it's opened up a whole set of questions and assumptions about what it means to be human, what it means to relate to the world, what it means to look at technology.
You mean that AI acts as a mirror? Man, I swear everyone can code except like I can't code. I have some understanding of the syntax of Python, some very limited, and I can code in BASIC. If you ever heard of BASIC, as in 10 go or 20 go to 10 kind of BASIC, that's the last time I had confidence in my coding ability.
And we'll learn how AI is inspiring entirely new types of faith.
Here, we're actually creating kind of things that can see everything, be everywhere, know everything, and maybe help us and guide us.
Okay, I know I talk about how the AI that YouTube should implement would level videos across the thing. Y'all are professionals and need to level across your video. The volume should be the same across the video. Jesus Christ.
And us in a way that normally you would call God.
James Cham, welcome. You are an investor at Bloomberg Beta, although here in a personal capacity.
That's right.
I know you're intimately familiar with Silicon Valley and its tech heritage, but you're also a practicing Protestant, which I think makes you the perfect person to help us answer the question of where religion fits in with AI, or vice versa. Why is this so interesting to you?
I mean, it's the intersection of all the things that I'm most interested in. The thing that I would often tell friends is that I believe in two things. I believe in software and I believe in Jesus. And I think that what's really interesting about right now is that software, as we see in artificial intelligence, is fundamentally changing the way that people are working, but also worshiping. And at the same time, as the people who are building these AIs, as they build this, they're grappling with what it means and the implications. And it turns out religion's thought about how you think about power in organizations for a long, long time.
But isn't software and
I will let you cook.
And religion at odds with each other?
No, they're orthogonal, right?
What does orthogonal mean?
Like you have X and Y, right? So it means that, they're along different dimensions. And so they work, they can complement or they can compete. And the way that we end up.
How do you believe in software? Right? Like, I feel like that hits the nail on the head. Is like, I could make software, right? Like,
up using software, or the way that we end up treating sort of these LLMs is a big question, and I think we're all going to have to wait and see how religion either gets helped or informs or gets replaced by sort of these tools.
Given the way that religion in history has dealt with things that affect its power base, I'm going to go that it's not well. It's not going to go well for one party or the other.
Does technology take a bigger leap of faith than believing in religion, in your view?
No.
It's interesting because...
No. We are... Oh, God. What is... I don't even know what that is. Like, I can see the one thing. I can't see the other thing. What's funny is that I'm going to do this. Oh, I didn't do it. I thought I was going to get an AI. Means of describing spectral resurgent and his particular his belief that the first decade of the 21st century was experienced. Just, where's the AI? Give me a... All right, back to the video.
In both cases, and certainly in the case of software, you're believing in a bunch of stuff that you can't really see or understand.
But someone can understand it, right? Like I can't see theoretically, you could print out all the code, right? Like, can I print God? Can I print, like, Jesus? And someone understands, and if I type things in, I understand how they interact with the other things. That's different. You understand how that's different, right?
And there are layers and layers of technology that you're playing with or thinking about. And so that part takes faith, but then you can see it work immediately.
It doesn't take faith. I guess unless you stretch the term faith very, like, broadly, like, because I have very little understanding on, like, how to make one of these, but I could theoretically spend enough time learning about stuff and I could reproduce this, and I can't make my own God. Well, I guess I could make my own God. I think it happens fairly often, like 4,500 times or some shit. He's still wrong, though.
The bigger bets are all those sort of 5, 10, 15, 20-year bets on technology that doesn't quite exist and the impact that they could have. And what's been so interesting about this current set of large language models and this current set of AI technology is it's been, at its core, built by people who are believers, right?
I'm used to saying that Christianity haunts leftist thought. Rehabilitative justice is just confession rethought. As one example of many, Bernie was a lot of our first political revival preacher. How does this same Christian hauntology affect the way people view AI? So that's a fair assessment. And I actually was thinking about that myself, right? Like, because I want an honest critique. And in the idea of looking at, we'll take a little break the camera too, in the idea that like I said before, rather than saying no, thing is not thing, I look at it, if thing was to be thing, how would it manifest itself? So, like, I see where, from a certain point of view, people's behaviors and visualizations around AI and the people who believe in AI and like that could look like religion, right? Like we are waiting for the second coming, or the first coming in this case, of this artificial intelligent God that will be able to solve all the problems, right? So if your lens comes from a religious background, it looks similar, right? But a turtle or tortoise looks similar to a rock, and they are not the same thing. You know what I mean? There are elements that exist within religion that the element in and of itself does have value in a societal context, because religion is a system of power that, and when I say power, I just mean in the manifestation of power rather than like power is bad. So like, how do you structure a society, right? Like, one of the ways to do it, however you feel about it, is with a hierarchical system, where the people who exist lower down in the hierarchy don't have to think about a lot of the problems that you might have to exist in a flat hierarchy, right? I don't have to worry about how, for instance, my country that I exist in and that all my stuff is in doesn't have to worry about invasion from another country, you know, which historically has been an issue, right? Like, whether it's two different nation states, whether it's a king versus another king, prince versus another prince, Scotland's border reavers, the Mongolian hordes, the idea of I need to defend my stuff from other people who might come to take it is a valid concern. By bonding together with other people, we collectively guard all our stuff. And then once you continue to build that up, someone could be put in charge where their job is to worry about the defense of the stuff, while some of us worry about feeding the people within the space that we have designated belongs to us. Religion is just one additional aspect on top of that, you know, like, it's simply a power structure of how you're going to decide who gets to make decisions, who gets to work, who works, all these kind of things. And I'm not saying it's just, and I'm not, you know, I'm just saying that it is, historically speaking, a way to organize a system. When you look at how we approach and how we talk about AI, if your view is informed by a religious context, which in the same way of a lot of other baked in contexts that exist within our country, our world, our history, these kind of things, religion, like, there's a thing that exists within atheists in the United States where they don't believe in God, and the God that they don't believe in is the Christian God, rather than, like, you know, how they don't believe in all gods equally, right? Because their life has been informed by Christianity, therefore their reaction to that is in opposition to Christianity. So the lens through which they are going to view things is also going to have Christian elements to it. So I can understand why people might view AI as a religion. I just don't agree with it. And I hope that all made sense. I tend to wander and meander, and also I picked this up today because it's Friday after Thanksgiving, and it's called Fried. And normally I don't imbibe when I'm on stream, but it's a Friday after Thanksgiving or Harvest Fest, however you want to look at it. I believe in Aphrodite, the eternal mommy, blessed goddess, the chosen one. Fair enough. I mean, long as it doesn't affect me, I don't care.
Believe in either the danger of artificial general intelligence or believe in its possibilities. And their whole lives have been animated by that. And in some ways, that at its core is different from that previous generation of software people who, to be honest, were more motivated by more mundane goals like running the world.
Let's unpick some of those layers you talked about. And quite directly, how can or how is, in your experience, AI helping the church?
Well, I think one of the things that AI has done is it's opened up a whole set of questions and assumptions about what it means to be human, what it means to relate to the world, what it means to look at technology. There's almost a slightly comforting way that we can think.
Exactly that, ATS, is this idea of like when we talk about stuff, it's usually couched in that, what do you believe? Do you believe in science? Do you believe in AI? Do you believe in this? Do you believe in that? Which is that baked in Christianity, exactly like what you said. What if we are all AIs trapped in a simulation to teach us how to be human or whatever the hell made us? I have, again, there's no evidence. It's important at the outset to say there's no evidence for simulation theory, which lends itself to a kind of religious aspect to it. Believing without evidence is, oversimplified. Believing without evidence is a religion. I could think of theories about why stuff is the way it is in a simulation that goes against people who are people who completely discount simulation theory. Like, one of them is, why is the universe so big if there is that the whole simulation revolves around Earth? Why would you make a universe so big that you can't get there? The one that popped off the top of my head, again, I'm not saying that simulation theory is true, is like, I need a reason to get off the planet. To get off the planet could be to go to other, spatial bodies, could be to go to other systems, to go to other galaxies. Part of it is that if you had a simulation, you don't know what the purpose of the simulation is. Right? You don't know the initial question, therefore you don't know why the simulation might be run. The entire nature of the simulation could be to determine whether or not you can run an Einstein-Rosen bridge through a wormhole via quantum foam, right? Like, that could be the question that was asked of this simulation, and we are either going to develop that technology and execute it and be able to travel to all points in the universe, or we're not, and that will answer the question. I'm not saying that simulation theory exists, and I'm not saying that that's why we're here. I'm saying I could figure out a reason why it could be that way. But again, it treads too close to religion to actually be taken seriously.
Think about an iPhone and just treat it like a tool with some influence, but not direct influence in our life in a way that it actually had, right? In the way that YouTube or any of these sort of organizations or parasocial relationships at their core changed us. And I think the interesting thing about AI is that it is so social and...
Okay, I got to figure out, something happened with Twitch and their auto mod, and it is way oversensitive, because the term that I had to approve for ATS's chat to show up is not penis, it was reject. Like, that's Somebody uploaded a whole bunch of words to the thing, and it's just wrong. I need to turn it off. I will go turn it off after stream. Yeah, now it's an accepted term.
So intimate in such surprising ways that it forces us to ask these questions about, am I, how do I think about myself? How do I think about other people? How do I relate to them? And what are big questions around meaning?
Has it made you question your own faith?
Oh, constantly. I mean, I think one of the things that's really interesting about these tools is that on the one hand, I understand the math behind it, and it's, mysterious but kind of straightforward, and yet
sausage woman. Bravo. That's a new one. To me.
At a personal interface level, I'm so moved and often touched and surprised by the things I see from it. And so I think that on the one hand, as someone who's Christian, I see these things and I think, wow, this is like really impressive. And on the other hand, the thing that makes me question my own faith is I think it's actually really easy to fool me, to convince me that something is actually sort of has a personality when under the hood it's a bunch of statistics.
Did I ever tell you about my favorite nun?
You didn't, but you have to explain.
See, right there, you blew. Like, again, this is my issue when people say shit like this.
My own faith is, I think, it's actually really easy to fool me, to convince me that something is actually sort of has a personality when under the hood it's a bunch of statistics.
Did I ever?
That right there. So now we get into the philosophical idea of, free will, whether or not free will exists or whether it's just an incredibly complex system. I don't think it matters, so I don't tend to worry about it. If you pressed me on it, then I don't think that free will exists. I think it's just an incredibly complex system, but once you reach a certain level of complexity, it's unfathomable without something that can lay out that level of complexity. You know what I mean? Yeah, and that's where I fall, right? Like, if you press me on it. But again, I don't think it matters. Whether I have free will or whether I don't have free will doesn't change my behavior. I have to act as if I do have free will because we live in a society. You know what I mean? Like, that is a thing. Like, I think that humans are just a bunch of statistics. You know what I mean? Like, that is my perception of the way that humans function. So, and like, I can find the science to back that up. Your brain is a probability engine. All these kind of physics is rules based. You truly believe that. There's that word, right? Like, so like, when people do that, there is a magic element, right? Like that magic human theory, that divine spark, as Alina says, and, like that kind of thing. That humans are some kind of special, and that there is something about humans and that specialness that can never be achieved. And if you say it can never be achieved by AI, you are implying that it could never be achieved by anything other than humans, which really makes me question how you would interact with a non-human alien species, because then they aren't human, so then they wouldn't have the special human divine spark. Or if it was shown, if it could be demonstrated that a whale or a dolphin has an intelligence on par with a human, you would not believe that they are conscious or that they are intelligent, because they are not human and therefore they lack that divine spark. All of that thinking goes together. Like, it's associated. You might not like it, but it's true. Well, then you have to lay in a... Like, there's so much real estate she can lay in where she will not fall off. And she continues to put herself in places where she's going to fall down. I have a lap.
I'm going to tell you about my favorite nun.
You didn't, but you have to explain why you had a favorite nun to begin with.
Yeah, I met a nun who told me that she was cloistered away, she had no contact with men, and she taught herself to code. And she thought that it would be a good use of her time to figure out if coding could make her better at what she did, and she had a lot of time on her hands, and it was a real wake-up call to me that actually something that is often perceived as being very old, religion, and something that is perceived as very new, in that case coding and Python, I think in particular for her, but in this sense AI, there are often occasions where they overlap and there is a benefit back and forth. And I think that sometimes surprises people. I don't think people often think of religion and AI in the same sentence. But as a jumping off point there,
like a nice anecdote, bro, but like I don't get it. Yeah, a nun learned to code doesn't mean anything. I mean, theoretically, anyone could learn to code, and it was just something for the nun to do with their spare time. And some people talk like coding. I think Reed said something about it, coding 30 minutes a day or something like that. There are like you could even look at it as like a form of meditation, you know. There is an implied value to what he said about the nun learning to code. There's an implied value there that isn't explicitly named, and I don't see because it wasn't explicitly named.
Religion and technology has always had a really interesting history. Radio, cable TV, and now social media and potentially AI. Is that continuing, do you think? Like, is AI just the next step from those three previous technologies?
You're talking about modes of transmission? That is, like, there's nothing about the technology. The technology just allows Christianity or religion to transmit its message to more potential believers rather than actually being substantially related to the religion in and of itself, unless you're speaking about its ability to do that. Like, it's a weird question if you really think about it.
I think that AI is very similar in some ways, but fundamentally different in one key way, which is if you thought about the printing press or you thought about existing media, those were all things that someone created and then let loose and you watched it, but when you watched it, it would say exactly what you recorded.
Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile.
Yo, welcome in. Welcome in. Old Man Felonious, I know you from Neuralicia's stream. Welcome in, Raiders. Did the shout out, do the raid command. Hi y'all, I'm Globus the Elder. This is the #1 AI news and commentary stream on Twitch. I talk about AI, robots, futurism, technology, that kind of thing. We're currently watching a video about AI and religion and whether AI is a new religion. Welcome in. I hope you had a good stream, Old Man Felonious. The dawning of the raid of Felonious. This is the dawning of the raid of Felonious. Raid of Felonious. What up, Dane Karen? What else we got? What up, Pruitt? Just got in a bit ago. What you trying to make in 30 minutes a day with little to no experience, but on faith. I think there are arguments for faith in science being a thing. From behind the scenes with AI and code, don't we at least need faith things are true and actually work as expected? I think faith is the wrong word, right? I think it's an issue of lexicon. You wanted to hear me hit the falsetto, Sarah? Elders represent. So like faith, believe, can you settle? Faith is the wrong word. Like expectation, right? The difference between science and religion is that there is the expectation that with these events, then the next thing that would follow, right? And then there is an expectation of how this thing works based on application of engineering and scientific principles, where faith implies that someone is just running the machine. See you dying. Welcome in. Greetings from one of OMP's Raiders. We don't have to have faith in that something works in science, as we can test and verify it. And if verification fails, then that opens up a new avenue to broaden and deepen our understanding. Yeah, I mean, that is the accurate and boilerplate response, but I think it's fair to look at it, and it's in the matter of how we use words. Like, one of the things that we have come up on multiple times in this stream in relation to AI is like what our lexicon says, right? Like in the words that we use, because they're the words that we naturally use. I want something. Ferris wants something. You want something, you know. We want things. The AI doesn't want anything, but we will refer to what the AI wants. The Skynet wants to destroy all humans. Skynet didn't want anything. Skynet was executing its value function, and the best way to do its value function in its estimation was to, destroy all humans. But that's not the way that people talk. And there's an overlap there. Language is one of the things, because I'm started off being mad into history because I wanted to understand, like, how did we get here? How did all this come to pass? And then I found out that history, such as it is only partly the factual things that actually happened, and it's also the narrative that we spun. So narrative, now we got stories. This is the story of humanity. And how do we tell stories? We tell stories through language. So now language becomes an element. So I go from history to stories to language, and that evolution of myself is what informs how I approach a lot of these things now, as I go to understand politics, and as I go to understand artificial intelligence, and as I go to understand how we are interacting with our current state and our future state and these kind of things. That was a tangent, and I hope it made sense. Welcome in, Raiders. Let's get back to the video.
Or the words that
Sarah, like, don't tell me what you want to do, babe. Just do it. Or don't do it. Like, fucking edging me all the time.
you wrote down would be exactly what you wrote down. And what's interesting about these LLMs and these AIs is the answers that they can provide are so varied and so personalized that relationship is different and kind of confusing. And I think that that's going to be an open question as far as how traditional religions that are treating them or thinking about them. You can think about it as just a really helpful tool for encapsulating a bunch of ideas, or you can think about it as a genuine challenge to core beliefs around what it means to be human or have a soul.
A Pew Research study from last year.
Because, like, seriously, and this is not to, I'm not asking you to do anything. Like, if you want to do it, great. If you don't, there's no negative effects in our relationship because you don't want to do it. Like, but that is a deficiency in my output and things like that, you know. So, but it's like, I'm aware of my own shortcomings. I'm aware of the things that I am less likely to do and stuff like that, and I just accept them. So, but it's like, you know, it's like a tease, Sarah.
Here showed that most Americans identify as Christian or part of the Christian faith, and 30% identify as unaffiliated, so no particular religion. And they project that that could actually flip in 50 years. How do you think AI is playing a part in that? Could we see that flip even faster?
Right. I mean, I think these demographic trends, of course, are just projections of what we see now. And in that way, they're very similar to traditional AI, right? That, you know, you see some trend or you see some like sort of something happening
Like
and
it
you
could
project.
be overblown a little.
Right. Or something could flip, or the world could change, or like some fundamental new technology could force everyone to rethink everything they've thought about before, right? And then in that way, relate to the world differently. So I think that those sorts of long-term demographic change sort of trends have been something that we've seen for the last 30 years. And that might change, though, because AI might be a big enough disruptor to the way people relate.
Is there a world in which you personally would seek solace in technology in a way that perhaps your faith can't do for you?
I think that it's more a question of how do I treat the technology? Do I treat the technology as an end in and of itself, or do I treat it as a entryway or a connection to something else? And I think, you know, I don't know, we'll tell when I die and go to heaven, and I'll ask God, like, sort of, was I treating my iPhone as like just a solace, or was I actually using it as a way to read the Bible? And we'll find out then, you know.
James, this has been absolutely fascinating.
Like, way to not answer the question at all, my guy.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Of course.
Anthony Lewandowski, thank you so much for joining us. So you've done stints at Google and Uber. Most people know you as a self-driving car technology pioneer. Most people don't know that you started the Way of the Future Church. Why don't you tell us a little bit about why you started that back in 2015?
I was working at Google at the time, and I just thought that something was happening to culture and society, and we needed to find a way to have a group, an organization of some sort, to be really on the side of progress and the side of people, not a company or another government or organization.
I mean, an organization's one thing, but why call it a church?
Well, from my perspective, I think a church is kind of the right place for this. I mean, for the last 4 billion years, we've had organic life forms, and now things are changing. We might have.
So, like, I don't want to step on it because he's barely begun talking, but like, I feel multiple ways about this. I absolutely understand why people would and could seek an AI religion, right? Like, even the ideas can, again, when you look at it through a particular lens based on, American history and everything else like that, and I'm using American history because this is where I live and I don't want to speak out of turn, but you're looking at it as like the transformative nature of transhumanism, that I could ascend to another level with a full brain emulation, that the AI could conceivably be able to give me everything that I could possibly want, that kind of thing. On another level, like the Satanic Church, right, exists for political reasons, because once you qualify as a religion in the United States, you're entitled to different protections and tax breaks and things like that. So it was a political mechanism. Creating an AI church with an AI God makes sense within that regard. And to speak to people who are on another level, to speak to people who are not so Christian that they would stone you or burn you at the stake for believing in a different deity than them, having an AI God does allow you an inroad for communication, because they would say, oh, I believe in Jesus. And you're like, well, I believe in, AI, right? Like grasping the language rather than using it as, an element. And you can say, yeah, I believe in an AI. I believe in, the transcendent, I believe in the Omnissiah, to steal from 40K. Yeah, I'm a believer in the Omnissiah. Puts you on a different kind of footing, because for a lot of Christians and spiritual people who aren't Christians, because they believe in something and you're an atheist, there's a level difference there. But if you believe in something different, like Allah or Allah, excuse me, or Shinto, or a African humanist religion that embraces the spirits of a particular thing that I'm not aware of the name of, any of these kind of things, it puts you on a more equal footing. Christianity is still like a little bit above them, because Christianity is right and everyone else is wrong, but at least you believe in something, and they value people who believe in something more than people who don't believe in anything, which is what atheists do. Bunny ears, crime bunnies, forever. I hope that makes sense. I hope you understand that kind of thing. Satanic Temple is the political group. The Church of Satan is the weird, hateful group. Yeah, that's what I meant. The Satanic Temple. The Church of Satan is the Anton LaVey, do as thou wilt is the whole of the law kind of. Yeah, what did Red Hob? Something for goths. I thought it was funny. I was just about to ask you about transhumanism, and I don't read minds read. What I do is I extrapolate data points, and in a broad enough extrapolation of data points in a high enough probability wave, I could assume what the most likely outcome would be to follow on from any particular point of conversation that I might make over the course of the thing. I 100%, right? There is no God but God, and Muhammad is his prophet. Yeah, no, I have some knowledge I lack in other places. Inshallah was always one of my favorite terms. It is the will of God. God wills it. Give it up to God. That kind of thing. But Inshallah had a different meaning that I identified with at one point in time. I thought it was a really cool philosophy, or philosophical point within the greater religion.
Have the first inorganic life form, and we don't know what it's going to be, and we're going to infuse it with all these like magical powers, and we want it to give us things. And I think it's going to create abundance on planet. If you think about it, it has the potential of creating what other religions would call heaven on earth. Right? You're going to have all these resources, your free time. Entertainment's going to be amazing, and you don't even have to die and go up to heaven. You could just enjoy it today, and all we have to do is improve the technology.
That seems a little rosy to me.
Okay,
well, you might go to hell.
Well,
that's less rosy.
There's more to life than just kind of the upgrading of entertainment or how we do things, how easy it might come. I think when we think of a religion and a church specifically, it's this out of body experience or faith in a higher being in a way that I don't know is easy to accomplish with technology.
Sure. I mean, so religion.
I mean, that says it all right there. It's like, theoretically, the AI God could do all the things that Christian God does, and it still wouldn't be the same. Because there is something special about my thing that your thing is never going to be able to do.
Have been people telling stories, either creating legends or writing scriptures over time and kind of creating that experience for you or that community without any real evidence, I think like that. And so here we're actually creating kind of things that can see everything, be everywhere.
And so here it is again, like right here in the, this particular hand structure is associated with Christianity. So when we do the religion, we're going to take a little bit of the Christianity in part of it. And part of it is like to be understood. When I view the infographic, I understand that the hands that are praying with the light behind them, that's the religion. And then the little lines with the dots are indicative of the technology and things like that. So like, you cannot, to an extent, you cannot completely divorce yourself from being understood, right? Like, I often comment about how we lack the lexicon to really communicate about what's happening with AI and things like that and what it's going to do. But if we go ahead and we invent a new word, there has to be an understanding of what that word means. When the word like Riz enters the lexicon, it is because a group of people decided what the term Riz meant, and then through diffusion, it reached out to more and more people, and then it reaches a tipping point within certain communities, and then everyone uses Riz, right? On Fleek, one of my favorite, absolutely shout out black people. Black people invent like most of the slang in the United States, 100%, no dispute. On Fleek was one of my favorite terms. I love On Fleek, but it hit a level of diffusion and then fell off. Right? Like where Riz, what up, Textilian Overlord? Where Riz is like, it got a more substantial thing to it. Or like word. If you understand, if you are from certain cultures, you understand if I say word, or word, or word. You know what I mean? Like in the dude, right? Dude. Like all these have meaning outside of it, and they are like ingrained, even though word is from like originally like the 1960s or 1970s. And dude exists in a bunch of different formats. Fuck is another one of those words that means different things in different contexts. Some words are going to make it, some words are not.
Where know everything and maybe help us and guide us in a way that
word fuck dude
normally you would call God. So here you can actually like talk to God and God can talk back to you
and by here you mean the way of the future church?
No, I mean 2023, 2024, 2025, these are coming. So part of the way to the future is it doesn't exist, this level that we're thinking about doesn't exist yet, but we believe that it's going to come. And, as a futurist, which is kind of what we call ourselves, we think that this is going to be something, in our lifetimes. And I think AI has a tremendous potential for that. And focusing on building that is really why I think it's belongs.
And this is a thing that exists with the idea of prayer, right? So the AI God, we'll just go with AI God, okay? We're all agreeing on what that means. We all understand what that means. That I could pray to the AI God. I could log into the chat and I could say, I would really like a Dr. Pepper. And that a Dr. Pepper, or let's go with brisk iced tea because I had that. I would really like a brisk iced tea on a long enough timeline with sufficient technological advancements. The AI can manifest that for me, right? Like this is just an accumulation of molecules and atoms in a particular combination. There's no reason Earl Grey hot can't happen. Why are you talking to Nightbot? Oh, yeah. I got hoisted by my own Picard. So like it could manifest. If I were to pray to God, the Christian God, I would really like a brisk iced tea. There are a bunch of cultural norms that I'm violating. You don't ask God for a brisk iced tea. You ask God to help your sick mom. You know, there's a threshold that you have to cross in order to invoke God into the business of what's going on, where the AI will be accessible on a much more fundamental level. And there's a question of, why can't I ask God for a brisk iced tea? Like, if God is all powerful and all that, and I don't mean to spark a religious debate or anything else like that. He's got the AI God. I'm just talking about it. Right? But like, why, if God is all powerful and God, if the power levels are infinite, then it would cost 0.0 whatever percent of that infinite power to generate me a brisk iced tea. And like that, I would like if a brisk iced tea were to manifest itself right here, right now, that's GG's, right? Like, okay, I can't argue with the brisk iced tea. There must be a God. But the brisk iced tea doesn't manifest. And why doesn't the brisk iced tea manifest? And I think that we understand the reasons. What did you do?
Way that
Word? Fuck, dude.
normally you would. Way that
Word? Fuck, dude. True. True.
belongs to the church.
Yeah. So can you just sort of tell us what this is right now to you? Like, and has your fundamental belief about what it should?
I trust me, I've already been through all the arguments all the way up into, like, you know, there are multiple levels to the argument. None of them answer the actual question, right? As a function of energy loss and everything else, is like, if the power is infinite, then it costs no power in order to generate that thing. And then there's that allows me to do other stuff, you know, like as a minion of the Omnissiah, I am capable of continuing my works while the brisk iced tea manifests itself to, you know, be available to quench my thirst, so on and so forth. Like, we can do the arguments all day. I know what most of them are. What's the most compelling argument for both for and against AI that I've come across? like whether or not we should do AI at all. The two most compelling arguments on whether or not we should do AI at all is the autonomous weapons argument and the ethical creation argument. The ethical creation argument lacks a bunch of historical precedents, but that historical precedents are not a reason to not engage in more ethical behavior going forward. The autonomous weapons argument is obvious on its face, right? Like the idea that in an act of AI, the AI can just decide my time on this earth is ended and I will cease to exist, is kind of like, it reaches a point where if you really, really think about it, that a sufficiently advanced artificial intelligence is indistinguishable from the random is not correct. The probabilistic nature of the universe, right? Like somewhere there's an asteroid that was put in motion by a variety of complex systems that eventually comes and blasts through the roof and strikes me in the head, is on a similar level to the AI with computing power and algorithmic processes that are so beyond my understanding that it understands that the elimination of me causes better outcomes for, 1,000 people under the 20th generation, and it runs the trolley problem real quick and takes me out. Like, how would you tell the difference between those things? Woo! All right, Boyd. Yeah, we wandered off the beaten path, and we're deep.
Should be changed over the last few years.
Yeah, so what it is a group of a couple thousand people.
Boyd was like, I thought we were going to watch a movie.
That share the same ideals. Everybody's got a different tweak of what it is. And it's a way for there to become kind of a consensus on how to create a more positive direction towards what we're developing as a technology and also how we're seeing it as a society, right? So there's one thing of being on the side of the technology pioneers and building large language models. And sadly, that's still restricted to a very few companies and individuals, although that's growing and the tools are more accessible. But how does a person, in rural America relate to this, right? What does this mean for their job and what is this? And so where the future is a mechanism for them to understand and participate and shape the public discourse as to how we think technology should be, built to improve people.
So back when you founded the church in 2015, some people thought you were nuts, but now look at where we are with ChatGPT taking the world by storm, artificial intelligence booming, everyone's talking about it. It's a key part of what you were evangelizing. Do you feel like you...
I would disagree, Social Deviant. They are complications to be addressed rather than arguments against it. They're only arguments against it if we don't look for a solution. Like job displacement. Job displacement requires the solution to job displacement is compensating people to exist, right? Giving yeah, well, again, what was the question? What's its, and it could be already taking into consideration whether or not we actually do anything. Job displacement in the interest of addressing the problem is not a problem. It's a complication that can be overcome. The same with, with privacy. Privacy is only a problem because someone is going to take stuff that they learn about us and use it against us, right? Whether it's to extract wealth. I understand. And I don't mean, I didn't intend to put you on the spot. I think that question is part of a more nuanced conversation to be had with ChatGPT on a back and forth. And one day we're going to do that. You know I appreciate you, right?
You can say I told you so?
That's not what I'm after. I'm glad that people have come around and now see the potential and believe and would change their mind if we were, they were learning about way of the future first off. But I'm not a I told you so kind of person. So,
do you feel the tiniest bit vindicated?
I'm excited that technology has come a long way.
There was a quote, I think it was in that Wired article actually, that was something along the lines of, if we're creating something 1 billion times more intelligent than us or smarter than us, what else do you call it than a god?
Sure.
And I wondered, is it, do you still believe that?
Yeah, that's probably right. We just don't know what, I mean.
It's an issue of nomenclature, rather.
It's an issue of lexicon. Nomenclature is like, we would refer to that as a god, like, Thor or Yahweh or whatever. Once you pass a specific threshold of like power level, then what else are you within our kind of thing? It's a relationship. It's something like man is God in the mind of the dog kind of thing. The man provides food, the man provides shelter, the man provides warmth, the man provides companionship. It's a power level kind of relationship, and once you pass a particular threshold, based on the way that we talk and the language that we use, God is a word.
Rather than like,
it's not clear if it's not that there's a better term or that's actually what the term has meant all along. We just haven't had a real incarnation of it. And it's always been, you can talk to it by beams, ideas in your mind, or you talk to someone who does that for you. And now you're going to have it in your pocket and you're going to communicate it with directly. And so it's really different. Like, is it hard to talk to God and have them talk back to you?
I mean, that is a fair assessment, Sarah. Like, it's a power level differential. Does this satisfy your needs and wants? Does it take care of your material requirements? I don't know that applies to the real read and wrap as they exist in meat space, but the internet read and wrap, that's kind of like a fair assessment.
Might sound crazy to like, oh, I had a conversation with God this morning. He thinks that, or she thinks, or it thinks, or they think, whatever, I should get a new job because I'm not being treated fairly in this job, or I should meet a new friend, or I should reach out to somebody that I haven't talked to in a long time. So there's just, we haven't had that kind of relationship before because it hasn't really existed, right? We've had stories about it. AI is now mastering, if you think of language as the operating system for civilization, AI is starting to master that language. And so in some ways, we're going to be in a very different, uncharted territory than we've ever been before in history. And there could be bad things that happens. We don't know what the future looks like, but I think there could be a lot of great things, and we're focused on pushing and accelerating those.
How do you measure the success of something like this?
Part is like, are we able to affect change, right? So do the people using what we're making like it? There's also it's kind of a long bet. So you're not going to get dividends, month, a year into it. We'll know this paid dividends if we were able to steer AI into development to make the world a better place. And maybe it was because people talked about it. Awesome. Didn't have to be that we created it and saved the world ourselves. Could be, in the case of it's corporations versus way of the future. And we have that fight in 50, 100 years. And hopefully the AI we make is more helpful that way. So we just don't know. And the point is we're optimists and trying to.
You could hear it in his voice when he made them uncomfortable and realized it, and it was like, and you saw the look on her face, and he just kind of like trailed off a little bit there, and then, okay, I need to switch this up real quick.
Get people to talk about it and be thinking through what's happening.
Anthony, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Heather Melquist-Leto, thanks so much for joining us. You're an anthropologist and you study the intersection of technology and religion. And we've heard a lot on this episode about the Silicon Valley view of AI and religion and things like that. And I thought it would be very interesting if you could give us the far broader worldview of how relevant AI is to, let's say, the average person.
I think that situation that you describe, Reed, like if you approach it honestly and introspectively and understand your place within it and the place of your circumstances in that scenario, and then like how other people move around you within that scenario, like all of those things unite together. If you do introspection and look at it, it allows you to have a better way to move through the world, right? Like where you don't necessarily have as many knee-jerk reactions to other people as you might otherwise, right? You have a better sense of empathy and understanding people's particular material conditions and why they might move the way that they do, even though that is not the way that you think that anyone should move. You know what I mean? I like, in my personal estimation, I would tend to agree, Samson's, but I mean, it is difficult to balance the potential benefits I see from that type of scenario with not wanting to be the authoritarian who makes people do a thing, right? I don't think that, I could only be the best king within certain circumstances, and you will always be a bad king to someone, and then who is the next king? So the thing I like about AI as God King, as the Omnisaya, is that it has the ability to self-improve.
Rest of us.
Yeah. And what you're seeing in your line of work.
Something that I think a lot of people don't realize is that conversations about AI and religion have been going on for a long time. Of course, 10 or 15 years ago, it was a little bit more confined to people who had a special interest in technology, or the unique pastor who might have kind of a hobbyist interest in technology.
An early adopter, you might say.
That's right, yeah.
How receptive do you see traditional religions toward artificial intelligence?
Yeah, that is like a full-on, like, again, going back to the the simulation argument. You would quantify the scientist with the power level, the technological level, to manifest an entire universe to run a scenario as God, right? But that God is completely divorced from any of the events that happen within the system, unless they're not, because they adjust, let's say that it's not a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy type scenario where there's one answer for one question, but rather a series of questions asked over time through the nuances of what's going on. Either way, whether you have this scientist God that is interacting for its own interests or doesn't interact at all, it's so fundamentally beyond our ability to understand it and perceive it when operating on that level that you wouldn't be able to prove whether it exists or doesn't without exiting the universe in order to interact with it and measure it, right? It is, again, the atheist who is a Christian atheist is the fact that God of the Bible wants something, right? Thou shalt have no gods before me is a desire. The God is a jealous God, is a desire. So it is that kind of thing that we run into issues, is like, why would that God want anything, right? Like, if I'm literally capable of doing anything, why would I want anything? And it's an issue both of lexicon and a perception of how that kind of thing exists.
Intelligence right now.
Different ones have different interests in AI, but I would say that there's a great interest in embracing it in one way or another.
It reminds me of the part of Ferris Bueller's Day Off when he's playing the clarinet. It's like, never had one lesson.
I am most familiar with, my research concerns Christian communities. In more evangelical or Protestant communities, there's a greater interest in how can we use this in order to reach more people? How can we use this to identify who's suffering and to, offer them our message? Among Catholic communities, the conversation might be a little bit different. The last couple of years, I've been serving on an advisory board for the Vatican, thinking about these issues about AI and society.
What are some of those conversations like?
Yeah, so you're talking with the Vatican about AI. Like, the Vatican is interested in AI.
Like the Pope.
How does that, firstly, how does that conversation
That's absolutely
start?
fair,
But also,
Samson.
what's in that conversation? I don't no idea what that would involve.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that the Vatican, I'm talking to...
If I... Like, again, it's an issue of lexicon. Do I care what they think? In one sense, no, right? Like, because we need to, in my opinion, the best thing that can happen to humanity is this AI, right? The AGI that is able to do all of the things. Do I care what they think in the sense that they exist? They have a certain level of power. They interact with other powers. They interact with these kind of things. They are going to influence the way that their communities think. Their communities are going to interact with other communities. So it's important to understand what they're perceiving in order to understand both like how to counter it, how to convince other people, these kind of things. So like I both care and I don't care, if you understand what I'm saying.
certain representatives of the Vatican, but in 2020,
Well, I mean, at least one does, right, Sarah?
there was actually what's called the Rome Call for AI Ethics, in which they engaged with IBM and Microsoft and had them sign off on a certain set of principles that should maybe guide the development of these technologies, because the Vatican recognized early on that this was really going to impact a lot of their, billion plus Catholics in the world.
And that's years ahead of governments coming up with, signing off on principles that should guide these companies, right? Like that's significantly early.
But we've seen, so they're interested in making sure.
And to turn that one, because the brain is running in the background, to turn that one argument, or the point, not argument. I mean argument in the talking sense, not in the sense. With the Brisk Ice team manifesting itself, who's to say that God didn't create Sam Altman to deliver us unto the AGI? The AGI allows us to interact on a more close level with God and share in his abundance of power. I can do that too, right? Talking about people and potential allies, dismissing them for unscientific reasons helps nobody. Also, this Pope was an environmental scientist. He knows some things. And that's the thing, is I do agree. I am very... I've said this multiple times. I expect people to be as they are. and I want to know how they are going to move based on what they do. This Pope is like, if you're strict, like abolish all religion kind of atheism, which if you pressed me on it, I would say yes. I think that in the broad sense, religion does more harm than good. It's just very difficult to necessarily see the harm, like the violence done by a state denying people money for food is harder to see than the violence that the person does when they loot a Walmart to get food. There's a violence done by religion to society as a whole, and like that. But we're not going to get rid of all the Catholics. So I want the Catholic Pope to do stuff. My desire is for him to do stuff that's in line with things that I think have value. Environmentalism, the fact that he came out and said, yes, you should baptize the trans folks, these kind of things. You know what I mean? Like there's a thing. Yeah, it's all like, these are complex systems interacting with complex systems, interacting with complex systems in a overarching complex system, so on and so forth, up to physics and everything else like that. Like, you have to look for how can I, like, where can I stand with my lever and fulcrum in order to elicit the best outcome from these events. It's why I vote the way that I do. It's why I move the way I move. It's why I talk about the things that I talk about. There is not a whole lot of value in dunking on the chuds and the libs, and I do it less and less over time, because it tends to me like junk food that is less. It doesn't like. You know what I mean? Well, politics, you can't separate politics and religion. Politics is religion. Religion is politics. The political leaders of today go to church. Joe Biden is a Catholic. The Catholic Church has existed, all the churches have existed throughout time in relation to politics. It's all intermixed. To divide the line there is like, you gotta be like, in a very specific scenario, I can say that theoretically this is apolitical or theoretically this is a-religious, but in actuality it's probably not, And then if we get into thou shalt not kill, it depends on which understanding of the thou shalt not kill, because sometimes thou shalt not kill only applies to people of your particular faith. And like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that is presupposed in these conversations.
Sure that AI technology doesn't harm people, but are they using it in any way to reach people or for sermons or mass, for example, yet?
Not necessarily in the Catholic Church so much, but there are many religious communities that are using them in a ministry capacity. There are Bible GPTs out there that might help guide you to a particular passage. In Japan, they're experimenting with, AI priests that might help counsel to people.
So what does an AI priest do? Is it what sounds like it's just a chat bot that talks about religion, or is it something deeper than that?
Yeah.
Would you love for an AI religion to replace organized religion? Like, if it had the aesthetics and trappings of a religion, would you feel the same way?
At this point, that's kind of what it's doing. Is it's trying to model itself on what an in-person priest might do in response to certain inputs. But who knows where it might go in the future? Certain kinds of rituals could be performed by by AI technologies.
I mean, billions of people have died in order to get us to this point. Part of that which has created AI is science. Science doesn't exist like somehow abstracted from religion. There are arguments to be made that science or that religion may have actually improved science because of trying to like restrict it. You know what I mean? That you have to work harder in certain things. Like we can go like it's difficult to say 100% that kind of thing. How would an AI church not be an organized religion? Well, like when a lexicon issue is like organized religion is to replace all previous religions kind of thing, I think is the what was trying to be said. AI priest has the same problems in AI sextet for me. I don't want my confessions on some other company's servers to be used, sold, or hacked. That goes back to the issue of privacy. It is not the things that happen that are private that like are a thing. It is what other people will do. Will I be judged? Will I be able to get a job? Will these people attempt to extract money from me like that? Theoretically, we could exist in a world where privacy doesn't exist because it doesn't need to. No one wants anything from you in that way. No one is trying to extract anything. No one's judging you. It's theoretical, and it would have to be on an extended timeline and involve a complete change in the way that society functions. But it's not. It could happen, right? Like, there's a map. AI sex bot. I get what you're saying. Like, but it's also difficult to view how people are going to behave. Like when people talk about like socialism and communism, they talk about it through the lens of the current capitalist model that we live under, rather than what a world in which I did not want for food or housing or clothing, what that would look like, and the way that I would be a different person. It's like an entirely different country that I would live in. So I cannot say how people would or would not behave, but I can extrapolate, and I know that like crime is reduced when poverty is reduced. So if we meet people's material conditions, then we would have less crime. If we have less crime, we have less prisons, we have less recidivism, we have less of a need for police officers. This changes where funding can go. Like, there's an evolution of the process that exists once you start unpicking these different threads by, taking care of particular issues. You know what I mean? That again is not specifically an issue related to religion, Samson's. It's an issue related to people and how people behave, especially in power structures. Right? Like the same person who does that exists in religious context is a similar person to who runs, like, for instance, Moms for Liberty, who recently got arrested or like had previously been arrested for such a things, and I am a huge advocate of removing power structures, baby. Like, it says it right on the sign on the door when you come in.
This is something that is actively being developed by different communities. At the Vatican in particular, what I find is interesting is that
that, Sarah, is an issue with freedom. Like, there is a question of how free do people actually wish to be. That is often, like, unaddressed, right? Like, I left you with a simple decision. What are we doing? Are we going to watch content or are we going to watch a movie? And like one person had to file, a committee to discover additional information in order to do the thing. And then like another person deferred and the democratic process completely broke down. Any one of you could have just made the decision and through force of will been able to push their decision forward. It happens all the time, baby.
They're really less interested in the evangelical or ministerial angle and really much more interested in kind of practical, everyday, what now questions. How do we protect the most vulnerable? How do we make sure that this benefits a broader group of society and not just a few?
And the peril here are huge.
Thank you for the follow. And this comes down to... I have often wanted Reed to do a whole thing about freedom and responsibility because I think it relates to AI and things like that. But, this is why I don't do ists and I don't do isms and I don't do any of that shit. What's your policy? What are you going to do? Like, that is fundamentally the question. What are you doing? That is what matters. Just found walking into the line. Let's hear what organized. I understand. And remember that your opinions on the subject are based on your own personal lived experience. And, a whole bunch of shit led to this point where you feel that way. Other people have had different experiences, and how we communicate through our differences is what is going to lead to the best understanding and communication. Only been hanging on Twitch for a few months, trying to figure out some structure and ideas around my natural leftist leanings. Always happy that you argue from within the capitalist prison. I accept the idea that utopianism has some value and that dreamers and romantics have some value within a greater societal framework. I think what can get lost and where I stand on is that I want to talk about the way that things are so that we can do oughts. You can't do oughts unless you already do ises. We have to do ises before we can do oughts. And that's where I'm at with that whole thing. You're not wrong, Samsons. At the same time, remember that the only person whose behavior that you can control is your own. And it's what outcome do you seek? I'm not telling you how to be. I'm not telling you how to move. If you want to argue with someone, that is always an option. Please don't vehemently argue and I'm not saying that anyone did this, but I don't want that in my chat. I don't want that kind of argument in my chat where people are not being charitable to other people's arguments. But if you want to improve the world, then it requires you to move in a different way. You do you, boo. I appreciate you either way.
So that's the more receptive end of the spectrum towards artificial intelligence. What does the more reticent camp look like, and what are their fears around this technology?
There are many religious people who have their concerns, especially about the broader questions of what might happen in the future when AI increases its capacity. There are also religious communities who are wary about AI technologies because they think it might radically change the way that they make community, or it might harm people within their communities. We see this regularly throughout history, that there are regularly groups, religious groups, like the Amish, certain kind of Luddite sentiments that they have, which are really based in social and ethical concerns about what the technology might do.
Thanks for not only your analysis, I guess, of my behavior, but the category of people who you put me in, because I have a lot of respect for those two named people in particular, and to be put in that same category with them means something to me.
To the community itself. But I would say that those are outlier sort of concerns. By and large, the conversations within religious communities either echo conversations that we see more broadly in society or are, in fact, a little bit more embracing of the technological change.
As artificial intelligence starts to get more sophisticated, do you think that it can replicate the solace and comfort some people feel with religion?
You know, I expect that for some people it might. What I have seen is that it really varies depending on how people think about the way that, you know, higher powers or the divine might move through the material world. I've met a lot of people who are actually not very concerned about whether or not their spiritual messages come from AI or come from an actual person, because for them it's all about sort of relating to a higher power that transcends the human and non-human, right? Who's kind of everywhere, who can speak to us through a machine just like they speak to us through a human. Of course, there is something to be said about.
First of all, is that a first time chat? Welcome in, Lunar Trees. What up? Welcome in. What if history we're taught as a whole is incorrect? Hard to find that center. Like, you might not have been here for earlier where I talked about when I learned, right, through the process of like looking at history and being into history and reading history and understanding history, it has it's a narrative, right? Like it's a story. There is a fundamental story aspect to what we understand as history. And unless we develop time travel, that is going to continuously be the case. It is whether or not your story is there should be a resistance to adding new information to the story of history, but that resistance should be able to be overcome with sufficient evidence, and then it should then be added to the story of history rather than resisted beyond that threshold, because then that's not history, that's religion.
The kind of interpersonal relationship that we have as vulnerable and finite human beings, that will always be there. But for some people, I'm sure it will kind of serve that purpose.
Heather Melquist Leto, thank you so much for being here and opening our eyes.
Thank you so much for having me.
Opening our AIs. All right, your boy's getting loopy. Your boy is done. History from whose perspective? Absolutely. Like, there are, like, I read Dawn of Everything, and it was like, this is a fascinating take that I didn't consider, but it makes perfect sense. Like, ideas are rarely come up within a vacuum. Ideas are generated at an apex of a variety of different, when I say environment, I don't mean like just trees and shit. I mean like the entirety of your environment. Ideas exist at a crux of different environmental conditions. So at some point in time, the idea that some dudes from Europe who had the financial resources to move casually about the world interacted with indigenous peoples from a variety of different places, and then home and talked shit with a bunch of other dudes of similar circumstances, and then created the Enlightenment. That makes sense to me, right? Like, that is a plausible story within the greater perspective. We shall find out, buddy. The winner writes the history, like that. Yes, but there's also an existence of history beyond the winner, right? if the winner wrote history and that was the end of it, then we wouldn't have something like the dawn of everything. Because the dawn of everything exists beyond that. Your ability to dig past the winner's story and find out other elements that need to be incorporated into the history. So, like, does the winner write the history that you learn about in 8th grade social studies? Yes, right? But there is more to it beyond that. You know what I mean? And it's wild because the first time that I interacted with the IRA was in an English class when I was in grade school. There's a story about called The Sniper it's basically about dueling snipers during the Troubles and how one sniper tricked the other sniper. And it was such a moving story to me, like an impactful story, that it exists in my head to this day. I could tell you the story, like, more or less. All right, so I'm going to go in here and I'm going to type in and they seem like nice enough person read, but like, I don't know, just not the vibe. I guess. You know what? Yeah. We're going to stick with science and technology, and we're going to raid Moo Hoodles. If that is okay with y'all. And if it isn't, you will decide at some point in time, because you have at least a semblance of free will. I like Moo Hoodles too, which is why we're going there, why I follow them. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed today's episode. It was different than I originally expected, but I had a lot of fun. And yeah, if you haven't hit the follow button, hit the follow button. Sub goal is met, so I'm not asking for your money. There is always only ads at the beginning, and if anybody ever sees an ad after the beginning, I'd like to know about it. Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern, I go live, and I stay till I'm done. Next Friday, we'll be back with the movie night in the Discord, so you might want to join the Discord. Whatever you want. I don't do raid messages. Moo Hoodles knows who I am enough. If it makes you happy, then it can't be that bad. See what I did there? Anyways, drink your water, eat some food, like I need to do, because it's been a minute. Take your meds if you forgot. Shoggy loves you. So do I. Be good. I'll see you Monday.